Okay, if everyone can take their seats.
Seriously?
That's all Megan's idea.
I'm ready to meet their phone.
We will now rise for the Open IX song. Jess, it's you.
So it is a celebrity.
Sorry, we're just trying to sort out remote participation.
Is that like remote hearing?
It's sort of like remote hearing.
Did you lose your points? God damn it.
Yeah, you can go.
So while we're getting sorted, there are printed profit and loss and OpenIX balance sheets here at the head table. If you want to print a copy, you're more than welcome to go up and grab one. Actually, why don't you pass it around? Sorry.
You can smack it too.
If you wouldn't mind that.
Oh, it's okay. I think I can handle this.
No,
Keep your dead tree elsewhere.
can't wreck dead trees.
No one is showing up. There were 15 people live. Mr. and PPCM, the actual. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All this stuff,
Blah, blah, blah.
Alright, everybody get off the Wi-Fi so I can get up.
So when you can changes in the black machine a little bit. Since the notes do have the issue. That's.
Use it swap?
No, yeah, it's not going to be shared actually. So there's also a proposal for some bylaws and then there's some printed copies for that.
Anyone else for the bylaws? Anyone else for the bylaws? They're a little short on these, so we can just share. Bylaws, okay. One here, one for you guys to share, and the last one to share. Okay.
So this is, if there's anybody that's not in the room, that's not a member, raise your hand. Okay, you guys are support staff. That's good.
Okay, why don't we go down the table and just do an introduction of the board?
Barry Tish, Sharp with Comcast.
Keith Mitchell, Dennis Orr.
Marty Hennigan, not Mike.
Dan Golding, Iron Mountain.
Dave Temkin, Netflix.
Richard Wolfram, Antitrust Counsel to OpenIX.
Okay, Marty, do you want to start with the bylaws?
Okay, so we have a proposal to amend the bylaws. They're mostly administrative, and they're basically to correct some deficiencies, also to correct some mistakes that we made with announcements and things, and to give ourselves a little bit more time and just basically make everything legit. So there are the first bylaw changes related to Article 3, Section 3. I'm not going to read them verbatim. If you want to take a minute to study them, I'll read the rationale, and then we can go point to point, take questions. So the first proposed amendment is required in order to correct some inconsistencies in the term lengths. Basically, when we first crafted the bylaws, and as many of you have experience in the organizations, the bylaws are not always correct the first time out. We didn't think about continuity when we drafted the initial set of bylaws, so what we're proposing here is that we basically allow 4 board members to stay on for at least 1 more year, hold another election in a year to replace those 4 board members. The 4 board members who are going to stay are Dave. I'm sorry, it's 3 board members. Dave, Dan, and Dave, Keith, and Barry.
So the idea is that we needed some continuity so that the entire board doesn't turn over. We wanted to stagger it. At the same time, we wanted to make sure an election was held so that the majority of board members would be elected board members immediately. So that's why we're holding 3 over, but we're electing 4 immediately. Announcing today.
Any questions on the first proposed amendment? So the second proposal is to modify Article 3, Section 4 of the bylaws. This proposed amendment is based upon our experience with the nomination process. The dates were not clear, and we missed a few milestones. This will correct that, specifically for the 2014 annual meeting. The Elections Committee was not clearly defined, and as a result, the nominees were put forward in time. This corrects that deficiency.
So basically, we used a pretty stock set of bylaws. Kind of bylaws are us when we incorporated the organization, just as you would for kind of a commercial lease. You kind of fill in the blanks and send it off to the IRS to get your nonprofit status. Obviously, we were thinking of getting the organization up quickly and not of how to operate things in the most efficient manner. So we've made a couple of changes along the way, and we anticipate these are probably the last changes in order to, get the nominations process right, as well as to stagger the board so that it doesn't change every term. 100%.
And one other important point, we could do this without an annual general meeting, but we wrote into the bylaws in the first year that we wouldn't be able to make any changes to the bylaws without making it at the first AGM so that everything was completely transparent.
That was designed so that the board couldn't capture the organization.
Okay, I'm going to move on to the third proposal. The third proposal is coordinate director terms. This is administrative in case there's a vacancy someone resigns or leaves the board for whatever reason. This individual is required in order to coordinate the terms of the directors or appoint to fill the vacancy with the terms of the elected directors. In the absence of the amendment, elections for all 7 directors could occur in the same year, and it could eliminate the continuity. And then there's one other proposal. These are technical corrections to some of the headings. They don't necessarily impact the bylaws themselves.
So are there any questions from the audience? I think most of these are pretty straightforward.
Does anybody want more time to look them over?
Bill, go back.
Yeah, on this second to last proposal on coordinating director terms for local vacancies, there's no timeliness consideration in there. So in the event of any vacancy on the board, the rights to director term of the board may appoint a director to fill the vacancy for the remainder of the term. When? 3 months, 6 months, 2 weeks, 15 minutes?
Well, I mean, the language there specifically says may and not will.
Right, but if we may choose to do that, if that, well, okay, so I'm being difficult about this. If you have a series of deaths, or you have losing members of the board, and the remaining members of the board, such as they are, may or may not act in a timely enough manner to successfully have quorum to reconstitute the board if they wait too long. So you, in other places where I have looked at bylaws and certain on records, in these kinds of clauses, there's always the board will act in timely manner to replace as opposed to waiting.
Well, I guess that would probably also be covered, though, under the board acting in the best interest of the organization, right? If we don't have a board that fulfills, that can achieve quorum, then we're not acting in the best interest of the organization.
Having quorum is one thing, working in a range actually fill position is in a timely manner something.
Any thoughts, Richard? Could you use the mic just?
It doesn't strike me that adding the time is problematic. I'm not a bylaw expert, but just intuitively, it doesn't strike me as problematic. It still gives discretion to the board as to what time it means, but I understand the point. And I would probably, I probably think.
Bill, where would you suggest we insert this? Can you just point specifically to? Article 3, Section 4.
Right. Board meeting, board of directors may appoint the director to fill a vacancy for the remainder of the term. Fill a vacancy in a timely manner for the remainder of the term.
Well, I guess there's a question, because the may obviously implies that you may choose not to. Timely means that you are setting an obligation upon yourself to do it in a timely manner. So actually, the may and the timely arguably might work against each other, right? The timely sort of says you're going to do it. What sense does, I'm just thinking out loud here, again, I don't bring expertise to this kind of clause to this question, but if you say may, obviously it means that you may choose not to, right? So then you're not going to do it at all. But timely means that you're sort of making it an imperative that you do so, which tends to contradict the may. So I think there's a bit of tension.
There is in fact a bit of tension there. It's that if you're going to do it, decide you're going to do it, you're going to get around to it in a timely manner as opposed to waiting to do it or you get around to it.
Oh, okay. I just wouldn't want to see the discretion of the board in choosing whether or not to appoint another director or replacement compromised by the word timely.
The may
Okay. You see my point.
The may supersedes.
Pardon?
The may supersedes.
So the board,
May do it.
Then I think you could perhaps expressly add, should the board decide in its discretion to make dot the I across the T to appoint a substitute representative, then it will do so in time. Just so it's clear that the May does
Right.
trump.
Paul?
Does the vacancy of a board position affect the quorum of the board? Audience.
It affects the ability to easily reach quorum, it does not affect the quorum itself.
so is the suggestion, why don't we table that amendment until after break, and maybe you and Bill can get together and wordsmith it, and we can vote on the others that are less controversial.
Okay, so we have two more, still decided in this, so. Another proposed amendment is to change the nomination deadline from stated in Article 3 in Section 5. We need to change this because we missed the deadline, so that will correct that deficiency. We also have a proposal to modify Article 3, Section 7 and 8, clarify the voting process for the Board of Directors. The rationale is that the amendment modifies two bylaws that are directly addressed in the proposed amendment to Article 3, Section 3. Each member of the standing will be permitted to cast one vote for open warrant of director seat. Cumulative voting is not permitted. Proper candidates will be elected to the open positions. That is how we conduct the election.
But that's as opposed to an election where everyone just gets one vote, you somehow do one vote for four board members. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's as opposed to a system where everyone just gets one vote and you somehow vote for four board members, which is that if there's four vacancies, you get four votes, unless you can, vote for four people. That's a little more normal method in this kind of organization.
Just to answer an online question, which was, is there an actual lawyer in the room? He must have missed the introduction, but yes, Richard Wolfram is our counsel. He specializes in antitrust matters.
And also Kathy Kleinman from FTEH in Washington, D.C. is the author of the amendments. She is a lawyer. Okay, any additional questions? Does anybody need more time to study them? So the proposal is to motion to accept all the changes with the exception of the change to Article 3 in Section 10, which at a break we'll get with Bill, we'll make the modifications, and then we'll raise that again. So I motion to accept all the changes as proposed with the exception of Article 3 in Section 10.
Second.
You're calling for a vote?
Yes.
Aye.
All in favor? All opposed? Except Patrick. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now on to make sure what you will all view as the fun stuff. Moment change screens here. Okay. Sorry, this is my first time using Google Hangouts at scale.
That's pretty.
You like that?
That was actually.
The BWG folks, is there any way we can make it a little cooler in here? Thanks, guys.
So during this awkward pause,
Yes.
This is a opportunity to actually formally welcome everyone to OpenIX's first annual general meeting. We'd like to thank the folks at BWG Strategy for providing this lovely space for us. Is this at scale? Maybe not. Well, we'll see.
There we go.
While this is running, any questions or comments or concerns, logistics?
Okay. All right. So, welcome, as Dan said. I'm Dave Temkin. I'm the chair of the OpenIX Board of Directors. I'm going to run through just a quick who we are, because I do know there are some new members in the room and some new people watching. We're a very dedicated group of people committed to, and you can see this on the website. These are kind of 4 tenets that we operate under, right? Standards, openness, cooperation, and community. That's why most of us are in the room today. And so, what I hope is not only the information we're going to share with you today will help all of you better understand our mission and what we're doing and what we've done, but also hopefully spark future conversations with your peers. So this is a snapshot of the agenda. The formal agenda is on the website. Those viewing remotely can pull it up. I think the link was put into chat. We've already discussed our bylaws. Richard will come up after me. Dan will discuss elections, subcommittees, lunch and networking. Thank you again to BWG and Bill Williams. Martin will do finances and so on and so forth. And we'll actually try getting metrics updates or KPIs from 2 of the IXs that are certified and operating here in the US. So, standards. There's been a lot of questions, a lot of discussion, and this is great, both the questions and the discussion around why we're here and what the standards, the purpose of the standards are. They're really the core of the organization. Without that, the discussions that we have really aren't necessarily, you could say documented, right? It's hard to keep things relevant, and it's hard to keep things, keep the discussion moving without a base understanding of what our goal is. What the standards also do is allow for us to ensure that as consumers inside the OIX ecosystem, that we're buying a uniform product, whether that be an IX, a data center, a cross-connect, whatever. We know that if the organization is OIX certified, that we know what we're buying. Openness, you guys just saw a great example of that, right? We just went through 4 pretty major bylaws changes. We admitted that they were missed when we did the original round of bylaws. We're certainly learning as we go to some extent here, but also engaging the professionals to help us make sure that we're doing the right things for the community. And so by doing this kind of stuff in the open, we hope to earn the trust of the community that we're doing the right thing for the community. On top of that, when we talk about openness in how we set the standards, hopefully that helps us eliminate or at least minimize things like predatory interconnection policies, MMR access issues, opaque pricing, all the things that we've talked about in the standards and in our various meetings, and those of you who've gotten to hear me drone on about this stuff at NANOG have heard this over and over again. Cooperation is key. It's making sure that IXPs, interconnection partners, and data centers all work together to advance the market. We met before with the board and a few attendees from BWG to discuss what our mission was. And some people say, oh, well, OpenIX is out there to reduce pricing. Well, some people up here are very concerned about pricing. OpenIX is out there to increase the robustness of interconnection. Some of us are here to do that. And by getting a good cross-functional representation on the board, we help to achieve that, and we help to get that message from the community codified into our standards. We're here to help. We're not here to pick winners and losers. We're not here to take down the incumbent, or however you might want to look at it. That's not our goal. Most importantly to me as community, One really big concern that I actually have is that some people here in this room are members, but they're members only to gather competitive intelligence from other members, and that's really not what we're here for. We're really here to work together, and I'm actually personally pretty disturbed at the fact that some people are here to gather this information. We would have had more presentations about metrics and things like that if that wasn't the case, but it's pretty clear that there are certain people here to do that. And frankly, if you really look at what our statements are in the bylaws about how to be a member, you're not actually a member. You're not actually conforming to the bylaws. And so if that's your main purpose here, I would ask you to do the virtuous thing and consider renouncing your membership. So just something to think about. We as an organization are not going to take direct action at this time, but it's certainly not our intention to sit here and reveal competitive information to people whose only interest is in taking down people who have made a serious investment in the organization.
Just in transparency, is that the DKIC's concern?
That's part of it.
Thanks.
So, with that seriousness said, what I'm extremely proud of in this organization is what we've accomplished over the past year. I was going to throw up a bunch of graphs and metrics and talk about how many things have been certified and how many people have connected to exchanges and stuff like that, but instead, I'm going to let the people responsible for those individual pieces speak to you about it instead. I think that that's a much better path forward. I would say that we've definitely gotten pushback from large and small parties, but I think we're very rapidly pushing through that. And with the help of the people in this room and on the Hangout and on the mailing lists, we can only get larger. So, to the point about elections.
Let's just say, don't do it, Barry.
No, he's sticking around. So the board, there's 6 members of the board right now. We had a member who resigned earlier in the year, but it just didn't make sense to appoint someone temporarily. We figured we would wait for elections to deal with that. As part of the bylaws change, we wanted to avoid the potential for capture, which would mean that 7 people would run from a data center company and end up on the board, or not have that cross-functional representation. I will say that this organization has taken way more of my time than I had expected, and I'm grateful for that. I think that it's been a lot of fun, and I've been very, personally pleased by the progress we've made. But I will be the first to say that I think I way underestimated the amount of work that was involved here, and I will say that Marty absolutely saved my ass in so many ways with that. So thank you so much to Marty. To that point, Marty wants some of his time back, and so he elected to not stand for the board again. Dan, same thing. He made reference to that on, I think it was the Now mailing list the other day, about you don't realize how thinly stretched you can make yourself by undertaking these things. And Donald Clark as well, who's not here. The rest of us have elected to stay for a 1-year term. It's my intention to shift more into an advisory role. One of the most important things we can do as a young organization, and those who are involved in the turnover of NANO, for example, will tell you that fresh blood coming in, and the more, obviously regulated turnover, i.e. by elections, that you can have in an organization that's young like this, the healthier the organization will become. If just the 6 or 7 of us sit up here and spout the same ideas in the same ways for the next 3 years, we're going to, just lose efficacy in our message. And so I'm really looking forward to what the next chapter of this organization holds. As I mentioned, 3 of us will stick around to provide continuity, and then based on how the term limit language is written, we could choose to run again or choose to stand down or stand back. So I'll say personally, I think I'm on the board of 4 nonprofits now. It takes a lot of time. And I also have a full-time job. So what I'd like to also make sure is we recognize the people who have helped us not only today, but our members. Our host, Bill Williams, PWG, the name comes from that, obviously. has graciously donated this space. Those of you who were here last year will remember the cramped conference room in Condé Nast, which they did graciously offer again, but we thought this setup might work a little bit better. And Bill is as well providing lunch and a pretty social. I don't see him in here right now, but he'll be around later, I'm sure. So thank you very much, Bill. The social after we're all done is sponsored by Digital Realty, and so thank you very much to the digital guys. And obviously, thank you to you. Thanks to our members for being here. Thanks to our members who made it to the hangout, and we really look forward to your continued support. So thank you very much.
So there's also one other person here that I want to recognize, and that's Jo Francis Gray, our web designer. She's also a member, and she's sitting over there in the corner. Thank you.
So Dave's going to pull up a couple of slides of mine, and while he does this, I'll just reintroduce myself. I'm Richard Wolfram. I'm outside antitrust counsel for OpenIX. One of the things that happens, and I've found in all my academic career and a lot of people they have, is people sort of start into something. They don't really say why they're there, or what they do, or why they're needed. So let me just sort of start with a very fundamental primordial principle of as it applies here. So I'm going to talk about the rules of the road here in two parts. I'm going to talk briefly for about 4 or 5 minutes now, and then after lunch go a little bit more into depth with PowerPoint. But the reason I'm here, and the reason that I have this role with OpenIX is that you all comprise competitors. You occupy sort of a variety and sort of complex scheme of commercial relationships among yourselves as content providers, IXPs, data centers, ISPs, and so forth. But certainly there are groups of you who are competitors vis-a-vis each other. And antitrust is concerned, of course, with promoting competition and ensuring that that conduct that would subvert competition does not occur. That can be communications. The communications can be verbal. They can be written. I'll go through in the next page some things that you should not sort of. I'm the wheels full here, so that you should not be engaging in the context of your behavior with respect to the association. Each of you comes from a different entity or different corporation, or perhaps yourself. I'm not here to advise you in your personal capacity, and you should not communicate to me in your personal capacity. Certainly anything that would be confidential or proprietary about your entity. But as it relates to the conduct activities of OIX and your participation in them, then it is of concern to us. That's why I'm here. And any of your conduct of that nature, right, related to OIX, can be imputed to OIX, which means, to be very blunt, that OIX is asked to be enslaved by a private entity or the government should you basically trespass on the antitrust laws. And so there are two kind of areas of activity of OIX that come sort of on the antitrust radar. One is the standard setting itself. The standard setting is an activity which in effect preempts market choice. And for several decades now, the legal community, the courts, have been very sensitive to that fundamental principle. To preempt market choice means that consumers' choice as to what should be available in the market, the price and so forth, is being preempted, arguably, by those who compete among themselves to provide those services or products. right? That's not the way things normally work. However, standard setting has been understood as people have grown more sophisticated as an efficiency producing activity that has pro-competitive benefits. I mean, all you have to do is look at the wireless area. There's tremendous wars going on with wireless carriers, all about standards, related, of course, to intellectual property. But the subtext is that they are given a qualified pass under the law to send their engineers to standard-setting organization activities, like JEDEC, for example, to develop standards which benefit all of us, so that we can communicate among us, so there can be interconnection and so forth. So, yeah. So I'll move. Thank you. Dave, move me. So the rules for the road for today. Is there anybody who has questions about that? That's sort of the general lay of the land. So let me just sort of kind of glean 3 points out of that. One is that this is a standards development consortium or organization, and as such, it's a trade association. You don't all compete against it. You don't all represent the same interests, but it is a trade association, and trade associations with standard-setting conduct are certainly on the radar of the government. So you should be aware, and I don't want to sound like I'm coming down too heavy here, but you should be aware that what you do in the context of this association is being scrutinized. And in fact, the Department of Justice and the FTC do know about OpenIX for good reason and for constructive reason, and I'll get to that later. Basically, because we have notified the conduct in order to get a certain pass from the antitrust laws. The second is that as a trade association, OpenIX is a walking conspiracy. Now, that doesn't mean that there's anything illegal going on, but that is, in fact, I'm not making that up, it is a quote, basically from the seminal antitrust treatise, and it's accepted fact. Every trade association, particularly when it gets together, is a walking conspiracy, meaning that the potential for agreement on anti-competitive things is sitting right here. Okay? So that's why you have to be very, very careful about what you discuss with your competitors, but also with your suppliers, your buyers, and so forth. And then the third thing, which I mentioned, is that any conduct associated with the trade association, with this meeting, and around this meeting, and around this sort of nebulous, can be imputed to OpenIX. And that's my job, to make sure that that doesn't happen. Right? You don't want that. But it's nebulous as to what it means to be associated with. Basically, any communication you have relating to your conduct in OpenIX with any of your peers, or any of your fellow members, could arguably be imputed to OpenIX. We don't want that to happen, so you shouldn't do it. So, the things that you should not discuss with any member, and particularly with competitors, and you would know who your competitors are this list. And I'm going to give some hypotheticals later on, because I understand that it's sort of like he's droning on and he's putting me to sleep. What does this really mean? So I'll give some hypotheticals and try to put some concreteness into this. I think it brings it more alive. You don't want it, you should not discuss prices. It's called price fixing. If you're a competitor vis-a-vis, George over there across the hall, you get together and you say, well, we really like what's going on here. We need to sort of try to whittle them down on the prices. Let's agree to withdraw our business or something like that. And then you do. That's price fixing. And it doesn't matter that you occupy a small share of the market in your two companies. It's price fixing. It's per se illegal. It means it's in and of itself illegal, and it's not subject to any justification on what's called rule of reason or efficiency grounds, where you say, oh, but it's really for the good of the consumers. No, it's illegal. Same with discussion of profit margins, bids. I'm going to go down the list because future business, transactions with customers, market share for territories. That is, for example, you take Manhattan, and we'll take Weehawken, something like that, as a data center. Any competitively sensitive information of your company, and any matter, we don't want to be discussing any matter which restricts your company's independence in conducting its business. Again, what's unusual about this is that it has brought together a number of competitors. And you would think that because this kind of antitrust teaching is repeated day in and day out, that people would get it. But there are real incentives for companies to do the very things that are prohibited here. So that's why it has to be. And they're brought together here, and you've been given sort of a forum, a room, an opportunity, sort of, down the hallway, at lunch, in the bathroom, all kinds of opportunities that, that require more effort when you're distanced from each other. And so that's why there's particular need for caution. So I'll stop there and we'll pick it up. Are there any questions right now? So again, I'm a bit of the legal scold here. My focus is on what happens now and associated with this meeting, but my role has extended well beyond that to the antitrust implications of the standard setting itself, which is an ongoing activity, but we now have a set of standards. So that's another part of the job, but that's not really what my focus is on today.
Any questions for Richard? He's available for wedding sponsors. Dan, election results.
All right. The moment you've all been waiting for. So we had a great field of candidates run for the 4 open spots on the OpenIX board. The results were very, very close. The folks who were elected to new 2-year terms are Will Charnock, who's with us on the Hangout, Chris Mulater, who I believe is here. Chris?
He's on the couch.
Hey, he's on the couch, of course. Josh Newborn, give a wave, also on the couch, and Christian Koch, not on the couch. So, can you please join the others on the couch? I just want to say thank you to everyone who ran. I think we had a great discussion during the election. And as a departing board member, just a word of wisdom I think to give to new board members. One of the things that we did in sort of forming this organization is we all agreed not to be speaking for our employers, not to be representing our industries. When you're a board member, you represent the interests of OpenIX, as laid out in the bylaws, as directed by the members, and you sort of put aside what you do in your day job. In some cases, your employer requires you to put aside what you do in your day job. But I just want to urge all the folks who are elected to take what we've done and to make it better, to take it for the next level. So congratulations to everyone who's elected, and thank you to everyone who ran. The terms of the new board members will begin January 1st to allow for some transition, but we'd certainly like them to begin participating immediately in all board activities. Sorry. Pretty last.
All right, 1 minute. Yet another technical thing to help the remote people not seeing the advanced slides.
How do we get a guy who knows about technology?
I know. Maybe someone from like a video streaming company.
So
we've seen people move just as general.
Right, with their own software.
What happens when I click to run this?
So while we're waiting, is there anyone in the room that didn't get their T-shirt when they first signed up in NAMUG? There's some T-shirts up at the counter. They may be a little small, it'll look funny, but just take a T-shirt. Josh, we got you a present for your election. 6 plaques weighing 5 pounds each are on the counter as well. Good luck carrying them to the airport. And there are some OpenIX stickers as well for your laptops and things, and those are on the counters.
Would someone like to hold up one of the plaques? Would someone like a model? Because they're pretty awesome looking. And they feature Dave Temkin's signature.
Also, my bank routing and ABA information.
Yeah.
Christian. Here. These are our keys.
All right, Christian Koch, Chair of the Membership Committee. Going to do a quick update.
And new board member.
And new board member. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the committee. Put in many volunteer hours in the first year. What we do, so the membership committee is dedicated to recruiting members, retaining members, organizing membership management, as well as automating membership, which is still coming. Time commitment is about 1 to 2 hours per week. If anybody's interested, there will be opportunities for volunteers. Membership process, many of you have gone through this and might question how it all works. Per the bylaws, each member must be approved by the board of directors. The board of directors meets bi-weekly, at which those members are approved. Once approved, members will be added to the members at OpenIX mailing list. So don't unsubscribe unless you really don't care about the organization or what's going on. We have seen it a lot, and we ask that you do stay a member of that, set to digest mode, or just turn off, daily email if you want to cut down on that. Any inquiries you might have, just direct them at membership at OpenIX. And on some stats. As of August, the total number of members was 166, and that's now at about 180 actually. Signups last year, October when we really kicked off signups, we had about 51. That's some good activity, you can tell, even around other events. And right after the February NANOC, signups increased. Signups also jumped in July with the announcement of the elections and AGM. Members by sector, very diverse here. Network survey, followed by web service and hosting, content providers, data center, consulting. Definitely a diverse group of people. Members by title, another very diverse group of members. Top 15 cities. Santa Monica leads the way with 12. New York has about 7. San Francisco 7. Very split up.
Very important. I wonder where the two Carlton, who's the two Carlton?
Josh,
Top 10 states. As many people have actually pointed out that this was very East Coast dominant, or New York dominant. It's actually not. California leads the way with 32, and East Coast. And that's all for membership update.
Thanks. Any questions? Devin's question.
We've done many, right now, snap.
Just
Yeah, we can definitely get that out.
The question was, has the membership committee done any work on breaking down international memberships? And the answer is not.
It's there. There was just not enough to show up in the second council.
Okay. Data center, Gabe?
So special thanks to Vinay, who added some spice to this on his way on the train this morning. It was a little flat.
Don't mind me, I'm just force quitting the car. So sure.
Thank you. Hi everyone, Gabe Cole. So over the last year, we, of course, we did write the standard to begin with, but I left that out. But once the standard was in place, we've certified 21 data centers to date from 9 different companies, and we also have 3 pending data centers in the queue. So these are the ones that have already been certified. So we have Cyrus One, Digital, QTS, DuPont, Sentinel, and then with multiple facilities, and then we have Continuum, EcoSwitch, NX, and Advantage with 1 facility each. And then in the queue, we didn't put them up here, but we have 3 facilities, and are planning to put those out to public comment pretty quick. The committee members are, most of them are here. So you have George Cornicini, Chris Malater, Vinay Nagpal, Vince, who I saw come in, Adam Rothschild, Eli Scher, and Josh Snowhorn. So actually everybody's here. And, you know, kind of the initiatives. the initiatives that we're looking at moving forward that we kind of made some notes about are first a better definition of the requirements, SLA requirements around cross connects. What we found are there are several different conditions for cross connects, and it was kind of highlighted in the New York market here. So we sort of see the need for a tiered definition of cross connects, whether they're within a data center or coming from the building meet me room or coming from another data center in the same building. So that's a major initiative that we're studying right now. Also, one of the biggest issues that particularly some of the companies that hadn't had experience with Nanog or other internet governance were very challenged with their advisory boards. So we acknowledge the need to have more direction around advisory boards and to help the companies with not only finding people but being able to sort of set their agendas and know what the value of the advisory board would be. Another issue is data center certification around campus environments. There's several of these data centers that have been certified that are intended to be part of a much larger campus. And so we need to look at what the requirements are around certifying additional buildings in the campus. And then finally, a fact sheet around the data center compliance and standard, just to kind of help people along the way. So those are the initiatives that we're looking at moving forward. So, any questions? Great. Thank you.
Oh, it's PDF. Oh, no.
Dave, I have a question. Yes, we have. Do you know who's in?
Do I know who's on webcast? Yes. Sure, let's let Hank go, and then I'll do that next.
So, Henk Steenman, M6. So I wish I had such nice statistics as Christian had for all the members. The 2 IXPs certified. It's not really interesting. So the standards committee for OAX1, the IXP standard, is this group of people. The standard, a lot of them are here or online. Standards already done for quite a while. So you can find it on these sites. Next to the standard itself, there's like benefits of being OpenAX1 certified on the website of OpenAX. There's 2 exchanges certified at the moment, links at Ashburn and M6 in New York. Also for a while already. And there's actually not much happening. There was a discussion before the summer, mainly about how to get more IXPs certified. And one of the things that came up was to come up with a level in certification, which might be an interesting way to go, because not every IXP wants or can live up to the standards that are currently set. Getting smaller or newer IXPs standardized and make people know what they can expect when connecting to them might be an interesting thing. So we have to continue this discussion somehow. I don't know if anybody with strong feeling on this in the room can have some of this discussion here.
Hank, I understood there was some discussion about small IXPs joining together or associating with each other so that they could have 24/7 knocks or provide a higher level of service. Does anything come out of that?
No, so far. I think the whole discussion ended with the summer holidays. We started up anyway.
Well, I was just going to ask, to get the ball rolling, your thoughts, from the membership about either a second standard for development or an effort to have smaller ISPs work together across geographies to qualify, or just some way to bring more folks in, or if that is desired at all.
Why does a small IXP even need a standard? Why don't they just keep doing what they're doing?
Well, the whole idea of having a standard is to make for potential customers to know what they can expect as a service level of the ISP. If you want to deliver service at a different level than the current standard describes, it can still be valuable. But it might be worth to define another standard, a lower level of service. Get more ISPs interested. It was something that came up on the mailing list. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say to that there was a lot of saber rattling about how we need to come up with a new standard, and we asked the community to propose what that would look like, and we heard nothing. It just died. And so, if the community really wants us to pursue this, we will pursue it, but someone needs to actually do something.
And also understand that the board doesn't write the standard, right? That would not be in the interest of the organization. We're at arm's length. We're not involved in the standards process as the board. We may be involved as individuals in the standard setting process, but the standards themselves need to be derived from the community, not from us. And just because the new standard is derived doesn't necessarily mean that it will succeed either, because there's a small thing called consensus. And right now, with some of the anecdotal evidence around the desire for some kind of smaller or lesser standard than OIX1, and I think we're talking specifically about OIX1, there doesn't seem to be any consensus whatsoever to get on that path. So people are more than welcome to propose any new standard that they'd like, but the expectation is that you'll have majority consensus, not just people, but you'll have a significant amount of people in the public standards forum that agree that something needs to be done. And from there, it's not an easy process. It's not a gavel that says, yeah, there you go, we'll take that. There's a negotiation process, and it could be quite long and drawn out, and you could end up right back at OIX1. So I personally don't see why it's needed, but if it is needed, someone should propose it.
George had a question?
The question is it standard or pricing? Combination.
We're not talking about pricing, we're talking about standards, and the pricing is not set by the OIX board. If you're talking about pricing for the certifications, we can talk about that. If you're talking about pricing for anything else in the market, I think that if I keep talking, Richard's going to shut me down in 2 seconds. And I don't want to go to prison, Richard.
No, the question is, how do we...
So understand this, the certifications are separate from the standards development. And we need to actually have a little bit more discussion around what that actually means. But let's say that there was another standard proposed and adopted. The certification is a business, and we're operating the certifications to fund the standards development. And we need to fund the standards development because you need lawyers, you need a website to hold content, and there are other standards bodies that we're all familiar with that are funded by the ISOC. So the ISOC doesn't operate a business per se with respect to the certifications, but we don't have the kind of money that they have. So there's no fine line here. So Creating and adopting another standard is also not a guarantee that there'll be a certification. It's business.
Correct. I'm sure you use person.
Yeah.
But the point here is that if the smaller IXs cannot cost justify certification, then that could be a hindrance. That's the question. And so I'd like to hear from the IXs if that's a stumbling block, or is it really a hindrance? Which one is it? Or is there a third?
Well, the discussion about cost for the certification came also up when we had it, and it also died out. There were a couple. I think, was it Omaha sent in an MOU, and they were stopped because they couldn't bring up the fees. And a request went out to the mailing list if someone would sponsor a fee for Omaha. I don't think anyone ever responded.
I mean, speaking personally probably before, I suspect one way that we can solve this problem, this consensus, is essentially what mess with that, allow a level of certification.
I think one possible solution to this, if this consensus is not to mess with the standards, possibly allow a lower level of certification for smaller exchanges, so it's not full OIX certification, but maybe we could apply with 90%. So it's taking points, but I know some exchanges that join for lots of points, taking points. So that might be that.
If I make one more note, by the way, I know that Phoenix, I actually forgot to mention that, sent in the MOU, and they are, I think, you're going for it.
And by the way, one thing about Phoenix IX is they're commercial. So, oh, I'm sorry, I'm confusing you with Phoenix NAP. Oh my God. Sorry. Oops. Sorry.
Phoenix IX.
Yeah, microphone, please.
Phoenix IX, we nonprofit, we certified the paperwork into our IRS.
But by way of making sense to you, where are you guys at currently?
We
Like,
are
which location?
at Lloyd's Place Scanner and Phoenix Snap, and then we have got discussions with the one. So it's a nonprofit, we've got a board. Executive director.
Here with us, man.
We have a fabric. So.
Okay, so someone asked for a list of who's in attendance. You know what might make sense is similar to what Lynx and a few other IXs do at their meetings. Why don't we start in the room and just pass the microphone down the rows? So where is the handheld? Could you hand it to Christian? We already introduced the boys, so let's just go across.
Stu Shepherd.
Jessica Gilmore, GCT.
Patrick Gilmore, myself.
Richard Steenbergen, GTT.
Thanks, Simon.
Eli Shear, continuing.
Dan Scataro, NetAccess.
Joe Fitzgerald, Conscience. Sal, MIT. Gabe Cole, RTE Group. Fred White, CME Group.
Infinite Knockball, DuPont Fabros. Adam Rothschild, Hackathos.
It's Bryce Smith.
Nelson Fry, Sentinel Data Centers.
Jill Francis Ray from JHG Communications.
Chibolo Reyes with Data Foundry.
Ukichukwu KK with Talent.
That's Hartley and People's Hour.
Larry Pelletier, Express Data Centers.
Paul Emmons, I paid for it myself.
Mr.
Arthur Schneerman.
What about Mike? Village of Western address. Tim Galvin, net access.
From Randstad Network Solutions.
I don't know if DK's more familiar. I don't know if DK's. These things. Bravo College Cadets. David Finish address. Greg Hankins Uplands. Bruce William, Corsight. Josh Snowhorn, Cyrus One, thanks for really fun. Full man. Stephen Hughes Compkins. And Agostino Deakins.
Yeah, this thing is listing, okay. So we have Dave Diaz, Mark Cooper, Stanford Mings, Al Bergio, Will Charnock, Phil Lawson Shanks, and I know we have John Nister and, hold on. Scott Silver, Bill Sanderford, Tom Kaczynski, and I believe that's it. It's about 14 people on it. Okay, so we're about 20 minutes early at this point. We have lunch scheduled for 12:30. I'm not sure if it's all here yet or not. What we'll do is we'll run that for an hour, so we'll come back. We're good. We have lunch here, so we'll run from now, which is 12:10. And we'll restart, say, at 1:15. Okay? Thanks, everyone.
Ready, break!
En csak presentatie met Mark de Miljoen stuurt. En csak presentatie met Mark de Miljoen stuurt.
No, yeah, it's hard to speak.
Why try so much?
There's always so much we do now. It's not so. Using your KPI. Your call I was on, sort of like, oh, jumping. So it's We're going to start again in 3 minutes, so we can start wrapping up the conversation.
Fine. Sit back down.
Hundreds of dollars.
It's a really good phone. Love the colors. What? It's actually exactly what it is.
Alright, if everyone can take their seats, we're going to get started. Yes.
Miami Homeland.
Yes.
You see the handout?
Sorry, that's what. Yeah, that's. Which slide?
Are you sure that's not you, Keith? So showing it right on the console. Yeah, that's the same thing. Oh.
Additional checklist. Yeah. You can just hit that button. Yep. All right, Richard is back. I think it's already. I think it's on.
It's already. No, that's right.
All right.
Go ahead.
You can see the slides better.
All right. Right, since we're early, I thought I'd give you more seconds. So this is the second part of the presentation. It gives you a little more texture about the prohibitions. I think these are lessons to take with you back to wherever you go and for your continued participation in OIX. I should mention, I'm sure a lot of you all have in-house or outside antitrust counsel, and on these kinds of issues, you always want to consult with them as well. Again, my role is as counsel to the association. I'm speaking to you as in the context of your participation in the association. So first I'm going to provide a checklist of things, sort of do's and don'ts, and then go through some hypotheticals. And I think, and on the last page of what I've got, I'm going to flip through it. I'll first talk about one thing that we've done. Back in the fall, the OpenIX notified the government of its existence as a standards development consortium. The significance of this, and this is under a law called the National Cooperative Research and Production Act. And what this act does, specifically with respect to standard setting organizations, is give a qualified pass under the antitrust laws to SDOs or SSOs, as they're sometimes known as, because of the pro-competitive benefits and efficiencies that standard setting is understood to produce. But it's a double-edged sword, standard setting, because it preempts market choice. There is the opportunity for capture, anti-competitive capture of standards. So when I say it preempts market choice, again, it is the developers of technology, for example. Think of VHS and Beta as an example, who may be, although not that severe, but who are deciding the standards, which in turn dictate market choices. Is it a two-prong plug versus a three-prong plug? And then technology and production is based around those choices. So standard setting is absolutely critical to the economy, not sexy, not on the headlines, but absolutely critical. And all this is sort of going on under the radar of the public, out of the view of the public, but it's absolutely essential to the choices that people are making in the market. And so the NCRPA, with respect to standard setting, acknowledges that there are, and out of recognition of the pro-competitive benefits, says that there are certain qualifications to the imposition of the antitrust laws that we will give to bona fide SDOs or SSOs. And the purpose of the filing is to basically seek authorization, seek the blessing of the government that you are a bona fide SDO. And when you do, you get their blessing, in fact. Then you get certain benefits. So OIX filed as an SDO under the NCRPA, and the effect of that was, first of all, that any person or entity who prevails in an antitrust action for damages, should this happen, right? It hasn't happened, it won't happen, against OIX, will be limited to single damages instead of what the federal antitrust statutes provide, which is treble damages. So if a jury comes up with or a judge comes up with the damages award of $10 million under federal antitrust law, it's automatically treble. What this says is it would not be treble. All right, so that's the first qualified protection that an SDO that has filed under this act gets. This act is not that widely used, but it's obviously advantageous to use it. The second thing is that OIX, if it were brought into court under federal antitrust law, would be judged under what's called the rule of reason rather than the rule of per se illegality for whatever the conduct is. It could be allegedly price fixing. It would be judged arguably somehow under the rule of reason, which is more lenient and which enables the defendant to proffer efficiencies and business justification defenses. What it cannot do in the normal course if the offense, such as price fixing or market division, if it's a per se offense, and those two are per se offenses. If you did it, it doesn't matter why you did it, you're liable. In this case, what it says is you would be judged under the rule of reason, which of course gives the defendant a lot more opportunity to defend itself and say why the standard setting benefits consumers and so on and so on. So that's what we did, and it was taken care of by December. Any questions about that before I move on? Okay, so that's a good thing. That's go back to the beginning of the checklist. So this is to try to offer some detail to that list of prohibitions. So I'll sort of go just one page back to the list of prohibitions. Take a quick look at that. Off limits communications, verbal or, remember, or email, of course. Profits, prices, profits, bids, future business, transactions with customers, market shares, any competitively sensitive information in a manner that restricts the independence of your company and its operations. Okay, so go on to the checklist. I'm just going to read through these in order, as a way to try to help you focus on them. Anybody who wants this afterwards, just ask me. But also on the website is an antitrust compliance document, which I would recommend that you read and keep handy. You should always act independently when reaching or voting on any association-related decision, including standards or election of directors. So I assume you have. What would have been absolutely verboten would be for a group of you to decide jointly how you're going to vote. I mean, again, I don't want to sound too much like a scold. I don't see it as being outside the realm of the possibility that it was done. That's anti-competitive. And that could, if found out, brought to somebody's attention who knows how to join results, that could be a basis for antitrust because of capture of the board and the board's powers. The second thing is don't engage in any group boycott or concerted refusal to deal with a third party. So any individual here representing a company can decide unilaterally not to deal with another company. But if you and a competitor get together and decide you're not going to deal with that third company, that's a concerted refusal to deal. It's a boycott. It's per se illegal. And it's against the law. Third, don't propose or attempt to promulgate or influence the adoption of OIX standards in order to gain a competitive advantage or exclude competitors. Do you see the import of in order to gain a competitive advantage or exclude competitors? Again, I know I may be sounding like a broken record.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
There's a lot of people in this room who buy data center space and buy internet exchange points. Increasingly, people are putting on their RFPs, their request for proposal, that whoever answers the RFP has to be OpenIX certified. Is that a problem given this?
They do not have to.
No, let me be clear.
Yeah.
If I'm going to buy an exchange port somewhere, I might put on my RFP that I issue to all the exchange port operators that I will only entertain bids from OIX certified entities.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. But the reason it's not a problem is that any firm has the right to deal with whom it wants. Pretty much, I mean, there's qualifications, particularly when it comes to intellectual property law, but on the terms that it wants. So if they want to impose this term, providing they do it unilaterally, then that is okay. It's okay. There's a tension in antitrust. The purpose of antitrust is to, in effect, to protect free market dynamics. And so there's always a pushback between what some people very pejoratively refer to as the regulatory character of antitrust and free market action. And this is just at that line, Dan, where you have a right within the free market to, you don't have to do that. As long as you're deciding unilaterally. If it's in concert with somebody else, then that's where antitrust comes down and draws the line and says, no, that's not free market. Now you could say that's a judgment, a value judgment, and it is, but that's where it comes down. So the point of, in order to gain, don't propose or attempt to promulgate standards to gain a competitive advantage, of course, is that standards can have implications for market power and for exclusion. But this really gets more into the standard development activity, not so much what happens here today, of OpenIX. But that's why it's very important that the standards development activity be very objectively based. When investment people sort of try to figure out whether OIX is targeting anyone in particular, the answer is emphatically no. That what it does is it develops standards according to certain objective criteria, and then the market consequences are what they are. Next, sorry. This is.
Try that now.
Do not, so related to the last bullet point, don't use or develop an OIX standard as a means to exclude others from competition or to limit competition. But again, to Dan's question, that doesn't mean that they can't set this as a certification as a criterion for the kinds of people that they will have. Right? Limit your communications with among competitors who are members or participants in OIX to issues that relate directly to the association. This is another way to ensure that you are not engaged in competitively sensitive communications with your competitors. Right? I mean, you can talk to them about OIX business, but you've got to stay away from the kinds of prohibited actions which we delineated earlier on, prices, market conditions, so forth and so on. Again, we'll illustrate a few of these with hypotheticals. Don't make statements, either orally or in writing, that suggest that OIX requires the exclusive use of any association standards in transactions between members and their commercial partners. This is, you could say this goes to Dan's question. Next. Don't make statements, orally or in writing, that suggest that the use of OIX standards is mandatory or a precondition to offering products or services that may be covered by or related to such standards. Again, it relates to Dan's question. Don't use words suggesting or implying that the use of OIX standards is a matter of industry agreement or industry policy rather than as a matter of self-interest and independent judgment of the association itself and any company or entity that seeks or obtains and/or obtains certification by the association with respect to standards. It's a voluntary thing. Right? That's all. We're not setting industry policy at all. The extent to which respect is paid to the standards and certification, again, is a market choice. But there's no imperative or obligation that comes from the fact that that's what we're doing. So yeah, sorry.
No, I already did that.
Okay, sorry. All right, so in order not to be too boring, I thought that I would provide a few hypotheticals. Bear with me. So we're going to start with Jack and Jill, and then we move to Tristan and Isolde. So you kind of go from kindergarten to Wagner. So the first one is Jack and Jill meet at a bar at the OIX. Indulge me here. Okay. Jack and Jill meet at the bar at the OIX ATM Social. Both are members of OIX on behalf of their companies. Jack works for CDN operator A. Jill works for competing CDN operator B. Each is responsible for his or her company's purchase of data center services. Jack says Bob, who's a sales manager for data center X, is just killing us in, you name the MSA. Okay. I'm not going to say anything particular because I don't want to sound like I'm naming it. It's killing us in raising prices next year by 20%. I don't know how they can do it. But we could maybe go with data center Y, but we like to stick with what we've got. Jill says, I know, same for us. It's terrible. So Jack, who's down on his fourth beer, says, look, Bob, who's down at the other end of the bar, knows we're OIX members, right? And he knows, implied here is that he knows sort of what could be the effects of OIX and so forth. And he knows the score. Why don't we just withdraw our business for a while, see if he gets the message? It's not as if we're big market players, and it'll only. Jill replies, good idea. I only see upside. It sure helps consumers, right? It's lowering prices. It sure helps consumers, and I heard that that's what antitrust is all about, promoting competition and helping consumers. So it must be okay. You're on. And so Jack and Jill subsequently withdraw their respective employers' business from X starting in January 2015. So I can ask for hands, or I can just sort of. Anybody want to sit? I'll make it a little bit interactive. Anybody want to say what they see as the problem here? I think it's probably shockingly obvious.
They didn't drink it up here?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Well, you have to sit through the lawyer in order to get to here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
If you had not started with, he knows that we're OIX members, would this still be illegal?
All right, that's a really good question. So earlier I said that that my comments are addressed to your activities as they relate to OpenIX. So the question here is the conversation, if he hadn't said that, right? And that's why it's in there. It's kind of a ruse on my part, but the point is that they are in sort of on the periphery of today's activities. If they hadn't said it, I think the point is not so much a theoretical or abstract one, but a practical one. If they were to do this, would somebody be able to have a basis for a lawsuit, right, for price fixing? Somebody who's hurt by this, right, the person, the X, okay, which would withstand a motion to dismiss. And you know, we don't want to be there in the first place as a defendant. So one answer is it may be that we would prevail, but the other answer is we don't want to be there in the first place. So the more careful caution is, you know, even if he didn't say it, it's happening around today's events. It might even be a few days removed, but it's close enough. The connection to OIX is, yeah, it's somewhat nebulous, but I would say if I'm the plaintiff, if I'm the complainant who's ticked off about what I believe you did, or Jack and Jill did, you know, I get a clever lawyer, and I could articulate a close enough association that I could impute it to OIX. Besides just the fact that they themselves and their companies could be plucked. But I'm here on behalf, particularly of OIX. Does that answer your question?
It does, because you nailed it to OIX, and you can go ahead and say this is not in the scope of what OIX hired you for. I was actually just wondering, suppose they were not at an OIX meeting, they're just meeting, say, at an analog or you know, at an airport bar, and they didn't actually plan to meet. Oh, look, hey, Jack, this is Jill. How are you? Let's fuck Mr. What's his name, Bob. What do you say? Is that still illegal if OIX has never been brought up and it's not there at OIX?
Yes. They're companies.
Okay,
They're
you
companies.
are all in trouble right now.
Well, it's interesting to know what those are.
There's a couple, Patrick, there's a couple questions behind you, so can you pass them like that?
Do you understand it's the liability of their companies, which is at issue?
Yep.
But we'd be in the mix, arguably, and it's happened with standard setting association cases.
All right.
Is there another question?
No. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's all my scheme to get from my quick, Patrick.
Oh, okay. So, you know, of course, it's important that they did actually carry out this plan. Right? The plan is clear. The agreement is clear. We need to have an agreement. Right? It's the basis for the violation of the antitrust law, because the Sherman Act prohibits agreements that unreasonably restrain trade. So you first have to show an agreement. In this case, the agreement is express. She says, you're on, right? And then they go ahead and do it. Now, if she had said, you're on, but then they didn't do anything, I mean, there really wouldn't be much substance to it. Okay? It's maybe an agreement in theory, but it wasn't carried out, no harm, no foul. Okay?
So is it illegal if instead of saying an agreement, we both agree that we will do this, if you say, I'm going to do this, and I think maybe you should too, for your own reasons, but think about it for your own reasons. Is that the same?
Right. It is an invitation to collude. Now, the invitation to collude is a harder target under the Sherman Act, Section 1, which prohibits illegal agreements and restraining trade. But they have been captured. Cases have been brought by the agency that I'm going to mention under the Federal Trade Commission Act, Section 5, which gets into what are called the penumbras of the Sherman Act. So they get into the edges, a little bit outside of the strict scope of what is encompassed by the Sherman Act and what's prohibited by that Section 1, prohibiting unreasonable agreements. The question is it an agreement? But it's an invitation to collude. And there was an American Airlines case brought by the FTC, and there was something, I don't remember where it was recently, but it was a Sherman Act case. And there was something, I don't remember where it was recently, but it was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something, I don't remember where it was recently, but it was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, and there was something that was brought by the FTC, mentioned. There are two antitrust federal authorities, the DOJ Antitrust Division and the FTC. They share jurisdiction over these things. They sort of split things up. The FTC comes in for criticism because of the somewhat nebulous standards of Section 5 of the Federal Trade Commission Act, but it's been used effectively. So the answer is successful. So the answer is it's dangerous. And I'm going to get to that in the next couple of minutes.
I suppose one more. So imagine Jack and Jill need to meet at a common point to do business with each other. And they say, we're both looking to improve where we meet, and we both need to select somewhere common to meet together on that basis, and not on the basis of we're out to screw Bob, on the basis of we need to improve our business and we should look for somewhere better. Would that be fine?
It depends on, if you think of the need to improve as an empty glass, and the question, what is it that they're putting, what ingredients are they putting into that? It's right. We need to try to come closer together on price, right? Or not fight each other over territories, things like that. That notwithstanding the absence of mention of Bob, would be illegal. So it's going to depend. It's going to depend on whether the ingredients, again, I'll just take that image, right, are arguably pro-competitive and beneficial to what's called consumer welfare. Right? Sure, it may benefit them, but if they can show that it benefits consumer welfare and at the same time doesn't violate the antitrust laws or doesn't trespass on those very clear areas, then a case could be brought and it might withstand a motion to dismiss. A motion to dismiss basically says there is no legal theory that you can or have articulated that will support this case, assuming your allegations to be true. Right? So it doesn't call into question the validity of the allegations as a factual matter. So if such a case could withstand a motion to dismiss, then it would be defended on what's called the rule of reason grounds, and these two companies, Jack and Jill's companies, would say, well, here's why it's defensible, because business justifications and it benefits competition. So I can't answer that black and white. It depends. But I think the but-for part of your question was, is Bob a critical element to that? No. Targeting Bob is not a critical element.
If you take the target out, then all of the rest stays the same.
It's my answer. Yeah, it depends. It could be. It could be subject them to liability. All right, so that's a good question.
One more question.
So, in your example there, you mentioned that there's small companies.
Right. Oh yeah.
If you take the OIX question out of the discussion, so it's not a question of the OIX, and there in fact are very small players at both Bob's Place and the market as a whole. What's the impact of that?
Right. If it's price fixing or market division, I take these as the two most prominent examples of per se offenses. It does not matter how small they are, and that's why I put that in the it doesn't matter, because it is viewed as the significance of the effect on the market. I mean, you can sort of go home and question, what's so terrible about some small fries, fixing prices. But that's the way the line has been drawn.
Say they go a step further and form a joint venture to put their data center assets together and select the data center together.
Joint venture law is complicated. Here comes the lawyer dodge. It depends on what the court would view as the primary purpose of the joint. If it is to effectuate an anti-competitive purpose, then it's not viewed as I understand this sounds like a truism, but it will not be viewed as effectuating that bona fide pro-competitive purpose. And that in turn, the answer to that question will depend on the pro-competitive efficiencies that you know, some, they're, practically speaking, and it's a very good question, people have formed joint ventures that have been found to be nothing more than a pretext for anti-competitive collusion.
Good question behind you.
We add another twist there. What if Bob is a monopoly or an oligopoly, and now an OIX provider comes into the marketplace, and now I want my prices to come down. So I'm going to have a chat and Jill.
That's still illegal, unfortunately.
Even though they've been fixing prices for years on me.
well, they have.
The answer is yes.
Whether they could be, whether they could be, I mean, with the sort of, as a monopolist, and someone who's violating Section 2 of the Sherman Act, which prohibits monopolization, right, which basically says you've got a monopoly, and then you do certain things. All right, sorry, Christian, but so, like Microsoft, there's nothing wrong with having a monopoly, right, in OS, but it's what they did with it, the exclusive dealing, the time, and so on and so on. In this case, though, your retaliatory action, because of the bad conduct that they may have engaged in, it's not going to, they're being a monopolist, they're having monopolized. It's not going to legitimize your collusive retaliation.
So
there's no malice, though. It's bottom line.
Let me interrupt for 1 second. Just to be clear, two things. First of all, this session is being recorded and archived. So I would just keep that in mind when asking questions that you may not want to know the answer to. That's one big note. The other is let's not necessarily monopolize, using the same term, Richard's time. You'll be available for a little while afterwards.
I guess I think that the thing people are most curious about is in the normal course of business in our community, in the internet industry, competitors must cooperate because the internet is made up of competing networks. If you do not cooperate to a limited extent, there's no internet. Just like there's no electrical power distribution system in this country unless competitors cooperate to a limited extent. Just like the electrical power industry, I am free to choose which form of electrical power exchange that I would like to use. I can go to Jane and say, you know, that particular, wholesale power buyer, I don't want to deal with them. I would like to engage in a transaction with you at this other electrical power exchange. Now, no one is going arresting people at major power utilities in this country. So I guess my question for you is, if you're saying that's a problem, the broadside of American industry is illegal. I could go on for an hour about it.
Can you clarify for me, Dan? Who are the parties there?
Okay, so let's say you had two internet content companies or two telephone companies. They're competitors to each other.
Right.
But for the internet to function, they must cooperate. Right. So they want to make a deal to meet at a specific exchange point.
Right.
Which may then take business away from another exchange point.
Because it is a zero-sum game, and so far no one has ruled against any of the other types of businesses or sectors that do this, because the business doesn't work without it. I mean, you would not have electricity in your house, you would not have water, you would not have many things. You wouldn't have intermodal transportation. I mean, competitors have to cooperate if it's in their business best interest to do so.
Okay. You're putting me on the spot.
I am. Because you're making some very broad, sweeping assertions, and the problem with those kind of broad, sweeping assertions is if you say that everything people do is illegal in order for them to earn a living, they're just going to go ahead and just do it anyway. I mean, there has to be a rational, and in fact, the government is not enforcing this.
Well, I think we have to be careful about what it is we're saying that they do. I think there's I mean, I get it. The point is, you're saying that this is an MO for a lot of business, right, relating to what we're talking about here.
I'm saying there's no technical way to provide a lot of the services that we need to live in this country without doing the activities that are legal.
Yeah,
the government is not enforcing this.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that two companies getting together and saying, well, let's deal with so-and-so is on its face illegal, and so much as affirmative conduct where they're basically saying we're going to refuse to deal with so-and-so because of such and such conduct. You may say that you don't see the distinction, but one is a question of industry practice, and certainly in the law, when you say, well, we don't see this being prosecuted, I mean, industry practice has legal weight, okay? But that's one point. The second point is that the conduct that you're describing is, I think, a little bit different from the very affirmative, it's kind of like a storyline that may seem a little bit fabricated, but that kind of conduct that I'm describing. So I think that's the best, and I would have to sort of get into the weeds and see what the conduct is. But as a general matter, based on your description, I would say, well, this is industry practice, this is convention, this is not people getting together and refusing to deal. And you may say that's just the flip side of two people getting together and choosing who they will deal with, right? I mean, think about it. But I think there's a legal distinction.
But there's a distinction of practice too, because actually no one does get together and say, let's screw X. Let's deny them business. People tend to be more like, let's do business with X. They don't say let's not do business with Y. That's relatively unusual in our industry. So it sounds like we're okay.
So one of the interesting things that I came across in this discussion between you two is that I recall that in April the FTC, the DOJ, actually issued a policy statement about information sharing, specifically related to the internet industry and cybersecurity, where they said that concerns raised by commercial parties that there was some antitrust activity sharing threat information amongst competitors and specific details around activities of nefarious parties and software and whatnot was patently not illegal. And I think that's the kind of cooperation that Dan is referring to, is that we have to be able to cooperate and to communicate on specific items related to the way that we operate our business in order to actually keep the internet functioning. So it's not as plain as a per se violation or some of the other examples that you've given, but I think that there's some specific differences with the way that we do things, and it may or may not be quite clear.
Yeah, and I think that, in order to, again, to try to make it more specific, I don't think that those things, I don't know for sure, but I think that the distinction can be drawn generally between those kinds of things, Martin, and I'd love to see that. And price fixing and division of territories. So those things, there's sort of a bright line there. But again, I think there is absolutely a recognition of the need for cooperation, in this field, and then that qualifies the application of antitrust principles. There's a lot of co-opetition, in different industries, and it's a buzz, sort of in antitrust and economics, and it's well known. So okay, all right, I'll move along here. Understanding Dan's point that we don't find these kinds of discussions, point here is to be illustrative of certain basic principles. So next Alternative scenario 2, they're back at the bar, same thing, but here's the tax, it goes off this tax says, why don't we tell Bob to take a hike? That we're not going to pay anything over X dollars, i.e. less than the current rate. Jill says, great idea, good for us both, and it's good for consumers, it's a win-win, let's do it. And so they do. It's the same issue, it's just that in this case, what they're saying is that that they're not withdrawing their business, they're not conservatively refusing the deal, they're saying to Bob, we're not going to pay anything over X. So that's being on price, and that would be illegal. Alternative scenario 3, instead, Jill says, and this goes back to your question here in the front row in the yellow shirt, well, I know what I'm going to do. Jack stares deeply into Jill's eyes.
And they ride off into the sunset.
That's right. Says nothing and takes another swig. They return to their offices but have no further communications. About a month later, within a week of each other, A and B separately tell DC operator X they are terminating their contracts with X, effective the first available date for each one because of X's price. So that was an invitation to collude. And arguably, in the hands of a complainant, a swift lawyer, an acceptance which was effectuated upon the termination of the contracts. The defense would be, no, I just decided unilaterally to terminate, right? That's okay. Each one unilaterally decided there was no agreement. Well, it's in the deep look in the eyes. And I'm not saying what the answer would be, but the point is that this would certainly get these people and arguably OIX, to the extent that their conduct relates to OIX, into court as defendants, where they don't want to be. So, next, hypo 2, we're getting to the end here. All right, so Tristan and Isolde, managers and representative members of OIX from their respective data center companies, A and B, are having lunch next door from the OIX AGM sponsored lunch. A and B together have 50% market share in metropolitan area X. Isolde says, we've got to do something. Since OIX got started, we've had to lower our prices by X%. If we make a united front, maybe it would serve both our interests. Chris, stone cold sober, replies, I'll take it on up the line. A month later, A raises its prices by X%. A week later, B raises its prices by the same. A month after that, the remaining DCs in the metro area raise their prices by almost the same amount. Again, it's going to get the companies into court. They're going to be hauled in. Query whether they would be able to defend successfully and show that it was not an agreement or not. Alternative to that, this gets a little perhaps confusingly complicated, but A and B together also have about half the DC market in metro area Y, as well as X. Right? So this is going to be a market division. So Tristan and Isolde lamenting the downward pricing pressure over the past months, their respective activities and market shares in the areas. Tris says, hey, I've got it. Why don't we take Y, metropolitan area, and you take X? And Isolde returns the long, meaningful look from the previous scenario and asks for the check. A month later, A pulls out of metro area Y, not X. B pulls out of X, and they do a quick exchange, leaving A with 100% market share in X, B with 100% market share in Y. Again, query whether there was an agreement, certainly an invitation to collude on market division, market division per se, illegal. The whole issue would be whether there was an agreement or not. Very arguably, if I were the complainant's lawyer, I could make out a pretty strong case. There was. Hypothetical 3, the last one. So the voting's over, but just so you understand about capture, group of managers from data centers or ISPs or CDNs or ISPs, via content providers, or some combination of those, are in town several days early before the AGM of OIX, of which they are members, for another meeting. In the prior meeting, they get together, they chat about common concerns, the talk turns to the OIX AGM. Voting for directors is still open. These people haven't voted. One member, Tom, raises a question about one or two of the nominees, right, disparagingly. for director positions. The others chime in expressing dissatisfaction, just like he did. And he says, well, I know who I'm voting, right, after he's specifically identified the ones that he has a negative view about. The others silently nod their heads. In the election, it turns out that this group has voted as a bloc. That's the problem. And one of the seminal antitrust case, now this is not on standards, this is on the directors, but the directors of a standard setting organization capture the board have an effect on the standards. But the seminal antitrust case in standard setting that didn't specifically implicate intellectual property had to do with capture of the Fire Protection Association of America. The case is called Allied 2, and what the steel interests did at the FPA meeting was pack the vote for the technology, the FPA certified technology for fire insulation of electrical wires. And I don't know if I'm starting a fire. So anyway, they were trying to beat back, they were the incumbent, trying to beat back the innovative PVC technology as fire insulation material. They packed the vote, essentially pulling people off the street to vote for the steel interests, and they defeated the PVC challenge, and the case was brought up, and it ultimately ended up in the Supreme Court on other grounds, but the grounds that were relevant here, back on remand to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, was that this was an anti-competitive agreement in effect, and the effect of the vote backing was to preempt. Ultimately, there was a preemption of market choice because of a screwing around and distortion of due process in the voting for the standard. This case has gone on to be the groundwork for a lot of the standard setting law and cases that then implicate intellectual property. But the fundamental idea is that there's been a distortion of due process in the voting for the standard. Standards are important because they can preempt market choice, therefore there is a market distortion that relates back to that voting. And actually, the Fire Protection of America rules did not prohibit what they did, but the court found that as a matter of fundamental due process, there was a violation of the law. So that's actually a very important point. Yes.
Yes. I don't have my front. You guys can just read it. Does this mean we're not allowed to talk amongst ourselves about the candidates? Because
no, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to talk. But I would say that it is problematic for you to reach an agreement among yourselves as to who you're going to vote for. I mean, if two of you do it, obviously it's less of a problem than if a group does it. Then if you then see, the results, and they are reflected by an agreement that a group basically has reached, and it's going to be problematic.
And to be clear, this is one of the key reasons why you are an OpenIX member and not the Markley group. Question in the back from Ben. Does anyone know where the microphone is?
Okay, so I had two questions. The first one was on that last point about talking about candidates. So does that mean that a member couldn't campaign on behalf of the candidate?
No, it doesn't mean
that. And secondly, is somebody saying, I've got a preferred candidate here, this is who I'm going to vote for. Isn't that what we've just done by having preferred candidates in the election?
No. The critical point in that hypothetical is when he says, I know who I'm going to vote for, and then the critical point comes, they silently nod their head.
Right.
That's the arguable agreement.
A nominating committee, I mean, you guys know this just as well as anyone else, nominating committee is a pretty standard practice. And at no point did we go, you will vote for these people. We said, hey, we discussed this as a board, or sorry, as a nominating committee, who then brought that to the board, and said, you know, hey, these are the candidates that we think best fit. But hey, that nominating committee in no way had to vote that slate. I didn't vote that slate. You know, it's up to whomever wants to vote that slate. I know, sorry to offend those who may or may not have won based on that.
Okay, well, my other question was with regards to the pricing scenario. So most of the things that you're showing are generally hearsay. You know, and it actually needs to be somebody there saying that this bar conversation happened, this meeting happened. People are always under pricing pressure. And maybe a conversation went around, we're not profitable enough, we're going to have to put our prices up. And other people are in the same position, and so they follow suit. Or similarly, somebody puts their down because they want to get a less advantage, and others follow suit. Isn't that the sort of conversation that goes on anyway? And isn't it just the hearsay, and the plaintiff then has to prove those conversations went on? No, you've got any sort of written or ongoing communications.
Well, that's right. They do sort of assume omniscient that's aware of what they're doing. And as a factual matter, as an evidentiary matter, obviously that's important if you can't prove it. Yeah, okay. So the other part of your question, which that then leads into, is somebody just saying, this is what I'm going to do. And then somebody else does the same thing, okay, which I think you can find in some of these hypotheticals, at least. It's called parallelism. There's parallel conduct, but there's no evidence necessarily of an agreement. Parallel conduct can be the basis of an antitrust violation if you show so-called plus factors. One of those plus factors is the opportunity to collude, and that's right here. Right? So trade association gatherings are considered a so-called plus factor, where an inference is drawn, right? That gave rise to that was the opportunity, and we don't know for sure if they did it, but at least circumstantially we've got a somewhat stronger case than if they're on the opposite sides of the world and, you know, on islands without electronic communication. So you can unilaterally announce that you're going to do something, and then the other person so happens. It happens all the time. I mean, you know, airlines do it. Everybody does it. They'll move what appears to be in lockstep, but it's not a violation. One is just sort of following the lead of the other. It's not necessarily a violation. In most cases, it's not. But the more you can show circumstances that create the opportunity for collusion. You know, they went off to Scottsdale and played golf with the trade association and something like that. And there's the basis for a possible case. Does that answer it? Great. That's it. Is there any other questions or answers? Okay, so thanks very much. If you have any, you know, again, if you want this, just let me know. I recommend, again, the compliance piece that's on the website. Ask your own people about these things. Just be sensitive. Dan's point is an important one, but I would remind you that there are pretty clear distinctions about stuff that's really not okay, and then the kind of stuff that is. And then the recognition that the government gives and the law gives to these kinds of organizations and the cooperation that is necessary in order to produce a product that benefits consumers. Interoperability is going to require an agreement on certain things, but the net plus certainly outweighs any negative. Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're up next one.
Okay. We're going to go the balance sheet
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so this is the treasury report. Next page. So I'm going to cover the treasury and just a little bit of how we run the business, personally, because they go together. So I wanted to let you know who our service providers are. Our web and image design, basically our presence has been serviced by Joe Francis Gray, who's here in the room today. Our legal representatives, Richard Wolfram, who gave us his presentation earlier. Kathy Kleinman. Kathy's a DC lawyer that has a lot of experience with associations, and she's particularly well known in ICANN circles. She participates in that circus for the most part, and she gets the standard setting kind of organization and other internet things. Our PR people, you are familiar with them. They also happen to be the PR people for NANOG and a myriad of other companies. And our accountants, a small accounting firm out of Boston, Mark Backlund, is CPA. Next slide. So I passed out printed copies at the meeting of the balance sheet and the P&L. We will get these up on the web for people on the remotes, but just to summarize them, we currently have a cash balance of $108,401.48. We have very limited liabilities. We don't have any long-term contracts with any provider that we can't terminate to reduce our expenses if we needed to. We also have a limited amount of contracted parties. As you saw, we've kept everything fairly tight with respect to how we're operating the business. And out of that $108,401, we have $25,000 in liability outstanding. They call it deferred income because we haven't actually delivered the certs. So we're responsible to either deliver the certs or return their money. On the profit and loss side, income for 2014 up to July, $115,240, primarily the income generated from certifications and membership dues. Expenses of to date $39,550 were underperforming the budget significantly. That's not delivered. That is constrained with respect to how much time we have as individual volunteers and our committees. Our net income is $75,700 after expenses. And after we factor in the reserve requirement, which we'll talk about that on the next slide, our actual net is $36,150. Now, if you subtract the deferred income from the net, it's more like $11,150 in actual cash. So in February 2014, we adopted a finance policy. It's on the website if you'd like to see it in detail, but key items, we set treasurer limits. I need to check with Dave if I pay any bills over $5,000. Check and balance with the chair, of course. A reserve fund, we clearly articulated how we would approach a reserve fund and that we would maintain up to 1 year operating expense in the reserve fund. We did that with the public and the members list. We incorporated feedback that we received and we voted it at a board meeting. We established a refund policy. Basically, we don't give refunds, and we established a travel policy. And we've kept overhead really low because A, we are volunteers, and B, we felt that if the board members couldn't be trusted to do the right thing, then we should all go home and turn the lights out. So the travel policy is effectively, please spend our money like you would spend your own and not necessarily fly business class. that, all eyes of the membership are on us and just do the right thing. Great success, low overhead, and very easy to manage. So summary, our highest expenses are legal and web. We have finite control over the expense growth. There are no expenses that, at least that we think, are out of control or not manageable. And if for some reason we needed to manage the expenses down, we could, and we could do that rapidly. Clearly, certification income supports the organization. It supports us running the business, but we run the business so that we can operate the standards development operation. And comments or questions? This would be the point where if anybody has questions about fees and pricing of OAX products, that you could bring it up.
Couple of questions. The Conferences and Expo and expense reimbursement. How are they different? What are we spending? What are we spending at Conferences and Expo?
What is the question again?
You've got $4,000 worth of expense in conferences and expos.
Yes. So we have a membership approved budget. I believe we have a travel budget of $12,000, and we justified that money during the budgeting process by telling you that we would effectively go to conferences and speak on your behalf about the values and the benefits of OpenIX, and that's exactly what we've done.
Okay, so it's a separate line for the travel, that's why I was curious.
Yeah, I think that there was a little bit of confusion with respect to the accountant and some of the buckets that we had. Mark?
Any sense of going forward, forecast what it looks like, the way it becomes in expense?
So we're in the third quarter. We have roughly $40,000 of expense. I don't expect the trend to be higher. That's roughly $3,000, $4,000 a month. I expect that after October, it'll probably settle down a little bit more. Just be unless something came up that we needed to do with respect to some activity for the membership access to education, or catching up with some of the budgeted money that we didn't spend.
I guess I was asking about certification, is it whether that's something that we're ramping up or falling off, or over the next few years, how you see that?
Well, so I don't know if we can make a prediction, but I can tell you that our initial budget was, or our initial projections were much lower than what we realized. We had expected to certify roughly, I think, 10 entities total, and we are somewhere around 25 at this point.
Thank you.
I suspect one thing that will happen in a few years is we probably won't get quite the same number of new certifications. There will be recertifications as people's certifications expire. And one thing the new board will have to do is figure out, what the pricing is for that, and how that works with the budget, and how to turn this from a startup into a sort of a propagating entity over the next 2-3 years.
Yeah.
What plans have you got for the surplus? How you intend to use it?
What surplus?
Yeah.
When you get your deferred in.
So we still have money to spend with respect to the last quarter of the year. We haven't had an opportunity to discuss if, for example, there were a $15,000 to $20,000 surplus. I expect that we would do something that would be considered the right thing, a party, of course. We may, I honestly don't know, and I don't think we know. I don't think that we discussed it.
I mean, this is the time, right? So let's say we end up with $5,000 or $10,000 at the end of the year. Do we do a big party at the Turkbergen? Do we donate it to an educational cause? Do we, put on a conference? Or do we sponsor something? What do people think is or do we try to really fine tune the certification fees, which is tricky because as a percentage, the surplus is very small compared to the certification fees. What do we do?
And we also have 3 more months of the year of expenses to build, which we intend to match against our reserve policy. So I would expect that, based on current trends, that a surplus, if any, would be extremely small.
It'll be single-digit thousands.
Speaking as a certified ISP rather than as a member, it would be good to see.
Speaking as a certified ISP rather than as a member, it would be good to see some money be able to put into marketing promotion so that all the certified entities are getting some promotion behind that.
That's a really interesting point. So, do you mean like print ad kind of stuff or online stuff or at a conference?
Yeah, I mean, why don't IIX take a stand at ITW and then all of their centres, all of the IXPs can use that and use it on.
I think that's actually a really, really good idea. I mean, that's because, one of the things we need to do is while there is a lot of utility to the certified folks, I think we need to keep figuring out ways to provide more utility, including marketing utility, to the folks who are certified. I think that's huge.
We started to do some of that. If you look on the website and at some of the announcements that we did on the members list, we recently completed a project with respect to glossies of the benefits of OIX 1-2 membership and tried to gear it toward consumers and extol the benefits of the certifications as well. We made those available to the certified entities so that they could co-brand and put their logos on it and print and use as many of them as they want. And I think we intend to continue to do that kind of thing. Our main holdback on all these projects is volunteers, and we need people who want these things to step up and, for example, suggest that we have a marketing committee where people will get together and develop these ideas and then tell the board they need budget for them, or we'll appropriate the budget and we can go off and execute.
I'd be happy to set a marketing committee if you have that.
Well, no one wants to fight over fees, huh? Okay. I guess I'm done then.
All right, so because we're 15 minutes behind, we're going to take our break now and come back at 3 o'clock, so it's a half an hour.
I think that's a really good idea.
conference attendance and the meetings. Yeah, so let's cover this. The classes with these people.
Don't look at me, we'll be.
I'm pretty sure.
All right, let's get started. Christian, you want to lean your head out there?
Oh, very.
Yeah, no problem. Good morning. I'm going to give you a quick marketing PR update. It's on, right?
It's on.
So, want to make this a little interactive and kind of follow on the budget discussion that Marty took us through earlier. And he asked at that point if the membership had ideas for marketing, which we should be doing more of. We've been doing a good job so far. I think a lot of it has been getting awareness out around what OIX is, trying to hit the appropriate conferences, build membership, and educate the community. So we've done that in a number of ways. We're looking to continue to do that, and we have relationships with Data Center Dynamics. IMPR, who we've engaged have on retainer as our PR firm, has helped us with some entry points. We haven't done a tremendous amount of press, and we'll talk about that. We also we'll also talk briefly about our press policy. That's the outline of what we want to talk about, but maybe we also get some feedback around what other avenues we could take aside from the press releases and conferences we can have to really serve the membership and build interest. Marty?
We don't have any slides for this, so I guess we can quickly cover some of the marketing activities we engaged in. Specifically, the website is a marketing activity. We've invested a lot of time and energy in making sure that it's a focal point of the organization. We've automated so that it's easy for people to become members, to learn about the organization, to apply for certification. So, for example, when they use the application form, it makes it simple. Also, we found that others are using the application form to qualify data centers, so they're taking our OIX2 certification form and they're using it in their day-to-day businesses, and they're sending it out as a questionnaire for their data centers, and that's some marketing points back to the website and whatnot. We developed a series of what we call glossies, and I talked about that when you talked about budgeting and what they are. And if you go to the website again, and marketing, that it is the kind of focal point for the web and our kind of marketing activities. You'll find on the certification page that there are a series of documents that we recently created, and they're called Benefits of OIX1 Certification Data Sheet, Benefits of OIX2 Data Sheet, and Benefits of Membership Data Sheet. Each one of those data sheets were developed to support the certification and to enable us to co-brand with the certified entities so that they could have collaterals to ship to their customers and differentiate themselves from data centers in the market that are not necessarily certified. Other kind of marketing activities we engaged with, we started out in January. We asked Dave Cole to go to PTC and full-time represent OIX. We've been doing updates at the various operator conferences. We did an updated the Global Pairing Forum in Whistler, where there was great skiing as well. We've done a number of other updates. We've counseled folks on the certifications. We've worked very closely with the press, which I think I'll leave Barry to talk to when he talks about IMPR, and we intend to do more of that as the year closes out. Barry?
So, with respect to press, and as we supported various operators or data center and IXPs who've been certified, certainly willing to make announcements around that, joint press releases and so forth. We'll continue to do that, but we want to be as neutral as we possibly can be in those types of announcements. Not favor one party over another. So I think we've done a fairly good job of that. If at any time you have concerns about what we're saying in the market, it's not sending the right signal, please don't hesitate to let us know, because I think the announcements that we're trying to make are trying to be representative of this community, not furthering anyone's interest. But think about what we could be doing more of, because I think building, communicating and with our target audience is a real important function of the board and a expanded marketing committee that we'd like to try to invest in this year.
So one of the important aspects of what we're doing, and just to make sure it's clear, it aligns itself very well with the antitrust discussion that we had, is we can't market specifically for you. So, you can't ask us to go to the market and say that IXPA is the best one in the world, and spend the member money on that. What we can do is we can invest the member money on what the differences are between a certified and non-certified, or even what the benefit of the standard is to the certified IXP. Along those lines, I think there's a lot we can do that would be beneficial, and I think that we're again reiterating what Barry said. I think that we're looking for ideas and things that we can do to make things a little bit more helpful and better.
There tends to be a lot of local conferences around the data center market, and so we encourage you, if one happens to be in your hometown, or it's convenient, or you're attending anyway, there's usually an opportunity to be on a panel or have a quick session around what is OIX. So there is a speakers list that we've created. It's not just board members, but certainly members are welcome, and we'd encourage you to carry the flag for us. Help spread the message and minimize travel costs and all around good. Just go ahead.
Yeah, I think especially in the markets where the two IXPs are certified, I think there can be a little more concerted effort in terms of educating the community more about OpenIX and the benefits of especially joining the exchanges, especially as it relates to on the carrier side. So we've been actively going after the carriers to get them to connect, and a lot of them are still struggling with the benefits of connecting. So I think there were initially some discussions around having even like a marketing committee, like a subcommittee within the OpenIX, and having that like a primary focus with having marketing activities around, along with data center operators, IXPs, and an OpenIX representative in the community to educate them.
Yeah, that'd be very helpful, and just sort of an operator focus around. I think I noticed it too, because a lot of people ask me questions given, my involvement, and I think there's just a lot of misconception around what OIX is, especially within the carrier community, and how it can benefit them. So I think that's a very good suggestion.
So are there thoughts around setting up a marketing committee? Is that a possibility that, with having that focus?
From a bylaws perspective, I don't think we specifically outlined that, but I think the board can, appoint essentially a committee, a group or committee to, take on that task. So, maybe provide input and direction around how we can do better at marketing for the memberships. Yeah, I think that's something we can establish. Something you'd like to be a part of?
Sure,
yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll send around more notes on that. Yeah, go ahead.
Can we maybe call it more outreach than marketing? Because I think the educational aspect of what an IX is really important. My company, we're going to start doing some of that on our own to a lot of the businesses and government institutions and large schools in the state of New Jersey. So there's conferences for that where go out and present on the benefits of hearing. So if we kind of had a larger association as a partner, that would be, we're going to do it on our own regardless of the same.
So who are you? What's your affiliation?
With Data Network Solutions.
So greater outreach, yeah.
Yeah, and that ties in really with what I was going to say. Is that I feel it's the network operator community that need to be doing more marketing too. So we're marketing
So data centers, this is why it's going to be certified. So IXP, this is why it's going to be certified. And what I'd like to see more is say, this is why it's great to be at a certified data center or at a certified IXP to the network operators.
Where are you? Yeah, just to add to that, actually, what Ben is saying, in other words, is like, so right now we've got 3 set of collaterals, right? We've got.
Nobody have a webcast.
Actually, it looks like it.
Oh, okay.
He's basically talking right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Pardon me?
Go ahead, keep going.
So we've got 3 set of collaterals today, right? There's the benefits of for data centers, for IXPs, and the membership benefit. I think we can easily have another one. It is the benefits of connecting to an OpenIX certified IXP. You know, for so membership not as members of OpenIX, but members to the exchange. You know, I think that's one thing Ben is trying to say. In other words.
Yeah, and I think so with more focus, I think could be a key. For example, there's the SCTE conference, which is for cable engineers coming up at the end of September. I mean, that's a kind of a venue that we're not at, but we could be at. There's other ways of doing it that I think we should invest in understanding and get a plan going. It's a good point.
I think as a whole, the organization, one of our biggest goals, is actually figuring out the best way to do outreach, not only around our message, right, about the benefits of certification, but also the benefits of interconnection in general and how best to do it. I know in my day job, we see emails, multiple emails a day, really from networks that are, 100 miles from Chicago or 100 miles from Ashburn and want to reduce their $10 or $20 mint transit bill, and they just don't understand how to do it. And so certainly that's something that hopefully this organization could help with at least a little bit, because the only other way to get that message is on Equinix Velocities, which is not helping any of us.
Is our mission to get anyone lower? Is it our mission to get anyone lower transit bills? I mean, some of us like high transit bills. Seriously, I'm looking at you, Richard bro. I sell transit. I mean, seriously.
Oh, Richard still buys transit.
Oh.
No.
14436.
Fighting hours. All right, so if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move into the KPIs. We're going to hear from AM6, Lynx, and CyrusOne. So let's go alphabetically. Let's go with AM6. Okay, that's it.
Someday you'll learn computers.
Computers are hard. Okay. Can someone hit the power button on the projector?
Flashing.
That's
So the slide says M6 New York, because New York's the only one that we're currently certified for. We can talk about, but we have no exchange that we're certified for the student. So this is a general piece, overview of the M6 New York platform, the KPIs, and where we go next. So, there's a general website for all M6 US exchanges, and US.m6.net. We set up an M6 US entity under the directorship of Nico Scheler, who also works for M6 Caribbean. We're operational in New York since April this year. And we set up an advisory board where we have regular meetings with, in which it's Aaron Hughes, and we agreed today that Marty will be a member of the advisory board after you step down from the board. Presence in New York, website specifically for New York on that link. Operational since 1 week in San Francisco, in 365 Main Street, to be extended soon. Available on that website. So the website and the customer portal for the US operations are exactly the same as in Amsterdam. They're just blue, same interface, same web portal behind it, and customer interface. Platform we built in New York, very similar to what we have in Amsterdam. It's all based around the core layer. There's 2 core nodes. On each location, we have 4 locations in New York, 225 Hudson, 375 Pearl, 111.8 at DOR, and DFT in New Jersey. Each location has 2 identical routers, and then we have a network-to-network interface made up from limit bars for the cross connect that connects the customer to either of these identical access types. We run MPLS, VPLS over the network. What we do is between each pair of access routers, we define 2 LSPs, 1 over each core router, and then for each of these LSP, a backup LSP over the other core router. We load balance MPLS out of that. And then each node is connected by Ethernet over glass fiber. The Photonic Cross Connect, we have that in operation since 12 years. It's a super reliable network-to-network interface. It's essentially a set of mirrors that directs light on the one fiber to go out over any of the other fibers connecting to the device. So that way we can automatically switch customer connection from one device to the yeah. So KPIs in New York, customers, which are like 5 or 6 at the moment, seen on that page. We have no outages, no packet loss, and the last availability of 100%. I can make that a little bit relative. We hardly do on the traffic, so it's very easy to accomplish. We have 5 participants on the route. Bay Area, we're currently present on 365 Main Street, San Francisco. As I said, we're live since a week. We have an official opening party next week. Second site is to be operational December 1, San Jose. And it will be a similar setup as in New York.
Can you say whose site it is in San Jose?
I think I already did at Menlo last one. Can you say?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then what we're going to do in the next 12 months, we will, this is a lot of marketing, essentially getting customers on the exchange. The other thing is we will also open up a site in Chicago. That's it. By the way, the San Francisco site, we sent in the MOU, we will follow it by the whole list that we observe all the requirements when we want to be certified as an system. questions? Okay. Louis,
I'll start this out. For the interested folks here, how can OpenIX help and OpenIX members help you to promote your IX meeting? IXPs.
Wait, is that collusion?
You're looking at a lawyer? If you go deep in your
Well, first of all, is explain to the world what OpenIX stands for, why the ideal marriage, as you put it yourself, IX endorsed data center, certified data center, and IX, OpenIX certified IX. If they work together, they should be the perfect marriage. So promote that, but better is to actually hook up, because to be honest, we are a bit disappointed as a group. How many members do we have in OpenIX? Almost 200. And I would say put your money where your mouth is. So that's a call to all members. We are investing heavily, as you can understand. I know we didn't make a promise, but we lived up to what was asked for us. We're here, and we don't see a high to go. And of course, we understand why that is. You know, you have to invest as a member as well to connect to the new exchange. There is no traction yet, so we push and pull, but we give 10 free ports per site for the first year. So how much more can you ask from us? So I asked from OpenIX to promote, especially the ideal marriage.
Well, yeah, I have a question. When you say to promote, are you specifically referring to the OpenIX members, board members, and the regular members to join assets? Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, as a good example, because the survey started about 2 years ago, and then there were 12 markets identified, and we had 3 larger markets to start off with. And practice is that we don't see that OpenIX members join. Comcast, are they? No? But
you sit in the back.
Yeah, so well,
in one of my hats, I just have other OpenIX members. I just want to say, if we're going to do what you suggest, that we should be nice and do it to all of the OpenIX certified IXPs. That's all. And
yeah, this is not just.
Do you have to be on the board for another OpenIX certified IXP?
Thought I was. Just wondering. And as to what you can do more than give the first 10, you could give everyone a free port for a year. That's.
If that would get everybody on board, we would consider, but we don't see any sign of that. And that's what I'm saying.
But do you know what the reason is? So we know that distributing the architecture across multiple data centers theoretically will aggregate traffic, but if no one can reach the exchange because of the data centers, that's a different problem, right? And if the data centers are the problem, like the access piece, like no one can reach you because there's no one in the data center where you are, they have to get fiber and optics and things to get to the exchange. That's
well, maybe that counts for one specific data center, that being 111.8, but there are 3 other data centers in the New York area where that problem does not exist.
But in theory, if you partner with someone who has sufficient fiber into multiple suites in 111.8, that may be a much more compelling.
There is a workaround.
Well, you're assuming that everything's coming out of one location. And the suite takes and so I'm with Bob. If we identify and somebody steps up, then we can do the planning, the analysis, how that can be done.
but we don't see anybody. So it's almost as if it's considered failed before it's succeeded. Right? So if we are at least requested to say, hey, can we get into that suite? Is there another cook? There are options to do that. We have a lot of options.
Well, one of the big issues is no one is actively shopping for significant amounts of space in that building. So there's a huge installed base of people in that building. There's a little bit of space available, but not a ton. And so the market is starting to move away from there. And the reality is that the biggest concentration of traffic in that building now traverses through Telix and Equinix, whereas 10 years ago, or 5 years ago even, it was way more distributed. Sprint, you could go down the list of people in that building who had suites that had a ton of traffic going through them at the time, but as those have moved out or gotten deprecated or whatnot, the traffic is really concentrated around 2 major sets of facilities. And without a reason or ability to easily get access into both, it's hard to justify that. I mean, the biggest problem you have is, you guys can figure out a way to get into Telix, but someone like Telix is going to be willing to outprice you on their exchange, which is moderately successful in the world. So it's a 118 is a tricky problem.
Absolutely. But we don't really have that discussion. That we never.
Right.
That's challenging. Have those discussions with the LIA members and see if there's a problem.
Adam.
Just to add to Dave's points a little bit more, since I'm not under NDA at the moment with anyone. Basically, it's a very valid point. I mean, with AMSIX, I mean, there's a lot of interest among peer networks to connect. The big problem with AMSIX in New York is just really the building selection. I mean, 25 is not on anyone's radar. 375 Pearl is a very niche building catering to a very specific type of co-location client. And yeah, for 118, I mean, connecting to digital from within Telix or within Equinix is a very expensive and logistically complex and onerous process. And AMSIX New York is not in, just to give an example, 165 Halsey, which has a very neutral and very diverse interconnection ecosystem in the building, meet room. Maybe 60 is a bad example, leeway there with Metcoms. Again, I think there are no people that would like to connect to an AMSIX New York, but are finding it prohibitive to do so, just given the building selection. Yep.
By the way, you forgot New Jersey. Digital will have their ecosystem. Which gives us access into 165. That's existing. So that
Is that fiber going to be free?
it's
Well, I don't think we can talk about
free.
cost.
Free is
No cost. I don't think we can talk about cost.
Yeah, that's,
Never mind.
that's
I would only talk about cost in the context of it being a barrier to entry. I wouldn't talk about the actual cost. And I would say to that any cost that is above that of a standard cross connect is too high of a barrier to entry for an exchange that people are trying to lift off the ground.
I will comment that the costs for those that are part of the property not free. That's a small fact. Not majority.
So one thing I would add is if starting a new exchange was as easy as putting up a switch and giving away the first 10 ports are free, then everyone would have done it. And if you look around, there's a scattered pile of dead exchanges where they built it and no one came. It's about marketing. It's about building critical mass. It's about being in the right places. It's about convincing all those people to show up. And as much as
Dan's question,
right.
and we say,
As much as we all want to, as OpenIX, support alternatives, I'm not sure that it's in the purview of OpenIX members to show up on an exchange that's not in the right place and doesn't have anyone they want to peer with, just because they're OpenIX certified. It's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, I would agree with Dave that. Sorry, just real quick. I would agree with Dave that basically finding some way to offer cross connection into the IX app called intra-suite rates would be good table stakes.
But then again, Adam, you're specifically talking about building, not in general about the IX, right? Because what you're describing is very specific to a location. And I don't think it would be fair to generalize that across all facilities where an ISP.
I don't know about that. You know, I guess I disagree. If you're going to have an ISP in a building, you've got to have affordable fiber access to that ISP from the whole building. If you have that, then you have an easy way to order it, and the ease of ordering is like a big issue. But if it's affordable, if it's easy to order, if I went through to choke and I don't have to deal with 8 parties to get something done, wow, that becomes much easier, much more compelling, and I think you'll get a lot more members rather than, wow, I've got to deal with 6 different providers to get across connections and cost a whole bundle, and this is hard. And it's non-deterministic. That's the other thing. If it's deterministic, if the price is X and that will get me there, that's interesting.
What you just described, Dan, I agree with you, but then who mandates that, right? That's a relationship that the ISP and the data center provider have to manage amongst themselves and see the value in integrating that cross-connect piece and turning up of the actual port together.
But that's not for IX to do. That's for the IXPs to put this together. But here's the thing: I think if they put that together and they're in the right places, I honestly think they will be successful. But I think for some of the European IXPs, they're used to environments where it's much easier to get from here to there affordably. That this environment is not as conducive as the one you guys have been in. In fact, it sucks. So
That's true, and that's why OpenIX tried to open the market and invited multi-data center IXs, which we're offering. Again, we may have picked the wrong size to start off with, but we don't get this kind of feedback. We just don't see any take-up. We don't get feedback from Mark. Why did you choose this, or why don't you go there? And besides, the choice is not so rich as you would think.
In the case, you did go to at least one OIX certified, OIX2 certified facility, the regional facility. And the problem with this, as I understand it, is a commercial problem between two vendors that have legitimate disagreements with each other with respect to access. And while the standard provides for access requirements when you are certified, or not certified, has none of those requirements. And I think that in some of the other buildings, you don't face that problem, but you face the crowd problem that goes there.
Okay, I think we should move on to the CyrusOne KPIs and certainly use some of the open mic time. Josh?
Easy. You have the slide up?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the first OIX.
No, Boston.
Well, Boston X and Boston X. Very important, that's right.
Let me just pick on this.
So these are our KPIs. Try to keep it pretty simple. The certified sites that we have are Carrollton and Dallas, 600 and some odd thousand square foot data center. Austin, Neptune, of our 2 sites there. Houston West, which is about 1 million square foot building as it's being constructed now. Phoenix, Chandler, which is consists of about 400,000 square foot of current buildings. Cincinnati Lombard and 7th Street, which is a downtown former Cincinnati Belcarry Hotel in Cincinnati, and Lombard is the big giant camp. I'm sorry, that should be Lebanon. Lombard, that's a Chicago site, my typo. We've had 100% uptime at all facilities since certification, no outages, no customer issues whatsoever on any of our infrastructure. 100% of cross-connect performance delivery metrics met since certification. So everything's going well with that. So, we've had no government requests as part of the standard, so no information, no subpoenas requested for customer information at all. I know it says disclosable there, but no non-disclosable. To be honest with you, nothing's happened. Yes.
Did you do the warranty area on your website?
Yeah, I did.
You did the warranty area?
I put up that information.
No, so this is the must, and the warranty area is the should. The warranty area was the language around the Patriot 215 and 701.
Which may or may not even be illegal.
Right. It's the big giant gray area that Apple mentioned. Only because they have $47 billion in the
Stop trying to get Josh in here.
Speak for yourselves,
You take the Jewish guy with a bunch of Muslim guys.
Wait, you're Jewish?
Yeah, sometimes. Depends on the girl. So we had an advisory board call, had it last week, which means I called Bud and tried to have an advisory board call really quick. I didn't have a lot to talk with everybody, including Ras, who's on my board. It was kind of a quick and It was a quick and dirty meeting, but it was a quick and dirty meeting, just kind of explaining the same metrics that I was going to present here. The next meeting we will do will be in person, and I think that will be important because we'll be able to talk about a lot. But a little change to what I've done with this advisory board. If you notice, it's a lot of content players and a network player. CyrusOne has a giant customer advisory board that consists of oil and gas and financial companies, very ginormous C-level guys who have a little bit different CIO level kind of focus. So I am taking this advisory board and not only making it OpenIX, but actually making it our content network advisory board. So it'll serve the purpose. It'll allow me to put more money into the meetings and drive more benefit, I think, from all the advisory guys.
DJ went back to that.
Yeah, that's right. You might want to reconsider having 2 Microsoft members.
Well, I put Everson on because DJ failed. When did he do that?
Yeah, just wait a month.
And I'll put DJ with a question. I'll put like 5 companies on. He's gonna be like the new Peter Cohen.
Oh, quote of the day. It was looking longingly into your eyes, but now.
I think that's my last slide, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Thanks, guys. Who's next?
Thanks.
I was going to say, whilst we were waiting to come up, I forgot to put that slide in about the advisory board, so I'll just tell you about them. We've got 4 members: Mark Smith, previously Ashcast, coming up somewhere else soon. I don't know. The person will be representing the house. We've got Vina Ray here, DFT, Will Lawton from Twitch, and Christian Dawson from the Circle. We've had 1 call and then an in-person meeting at the NCA. We tend to do an update every quarterly meeting, our member meeting. So this deck is really technical, just specified at the time. So we've got 5 networks in. We've got someone at every pop. We've got a bunch of provisioning in this conversation was saying a little bit. It's about getting out to the IXP. Exactly the same as Andy's. We're in some facilities where there aren't people or they're need to get to us and eventually to get us. So it's taking longer than we expected to get people in. But they are there, they're provisioning and they're coming. So in terms of our stats and how we look at our monitoring, we publicly show to members at least the service managers on all of the lands. But we don't just say the IXPs are up 100% of the time. But what we actually track and monitor is every path between every member facing switch.
Members don't go into the website, but hit on that little plus button and see it on their homepage and see the metrics that we use to build that up. As you'd imagine, in Nova, we're still running 100%. At least 3 sites, which is only 5 members running habits. But I think that the availability calculation that we're doing is maybe something to look at to improve how IXPs show their availability metrics rather than just overall the IXPs they are in a way. And that's it in a much bigger graph, and you can see just the end there. We strive for 100%, as everybody knows, that's really ever happened, but we always push against having any sort of SLAs, and by making this public across all of the lands, we don't need to have any sort of SLAs. In terms of connecting members in, they're announced upon the member area website, so as soon as it appears to any member come in to any of the lands, gets notified, you'll see there on the right hand side, different lands being announced, and so know that gets announced there. We've got, I've already talked about the 10th division, the 3 R networks there, and further 6 that that's before the end of the year, with there. So we should have 6 of around 20 connected networks that are bringing to market. So we're starting to see some. But in terms of connected capacity, the 60 gig connected, everyone's provisioning is a 10 gig port. The most dense site at the moment is the site Ruston facility, followed by Switching Unitas, and then DuPont and Ashburn. But getting out to Ashburn has been more of a challenge, so we'll see that quite soon as well. So we look at our capacity management. In London, it's quite a complex network. We're in POPs. The green lines are good because it means that there's lots of capacity on the sales. With only 3 sites and only a bit of traffic going over, there's not much traffic, it's just a triangle. Gives you an idea of what we work towards, and again, what we show from members in terms of how we're running the network and what they can see. And traffic is there. I remember the last time I showed the traffic graph in the presentation, trying to avoid it. But no, there is traffic moving, which is good. Every time a new member comes on, we see that leak up a little bit. There was a peak at 5 earlier in the year, but that was just when people were messing about testing a few bits of traffic. Nice and heavy. We've seen it staying pretty well. But what we're also seeing is people connecting to the root service. We've now got around 2,000 prefixes on the root service. So we always try and push that. When everybody connects to the links, they're required to connect to the root collector, but we don't split the root collector across the land. We do encourage them to connect to the root service, and this root server information is available as well. There are a few IPv6 prefixes, just under 40 of them. But yeah, no, we report on that as well. So if you want to get those stats, you can, they're available. And the root server availability at the time is on the member area website as well, so they can go and check that out. And we also have no government requests. We update this page monthly. We are internally working on in its infancy at the moment, so a long way before we'll be able to use it in public, but we hope to have on areas at the stage. Certainly, it's made as the Open AX requirement was made to consider having something that's going across all of, certainly it's limited as well as the USA, so but that's the main synthesis company we have to share.
I think the UK uses it one too.
Yeah, that's it for me. You can pick up all that information on the website if your members are ready, and go through it more. Is there any questions?
So Ben, do you think this is, from your perspective, and since you appear to have success, do you agree that it's a success in Ashburn at the moment?
It's early to say. It's going in the direction we want, but it's slower. And I think your comments that the early indications from the community is that we want to see these developments, we want to see some alternatives. The alternatives are there, but people say we want one.
I think there's a difference between the altruistic, it would be great to have IXPs everywhere, all over the place, and the practical, commercial facet of it all together. We can't bankroll all of it, and so the community, I think, has got to come in and see the longer picture. See, by coming in and committing some investment into this, it's not just a straightforward ROI. We'll see that this thing will grow and then
What if there was a conference, maybe some kind of forum, where people could get together and discuss peering? That's global.
But on a local basis.
It's not, but we would call it global.
Can it be remote hearing?
Yes, we'll hold it in the JCC in Palo Alto.
I think the problem comes down to all these great ideas. Everyone wants to see the changes, but no one wants to pay for it. So
I'm not entirely sure that's the case. I think so. Folks in the peer community move sort of in a herd mentality. They go to where they think it's safe to go because they've gone there, because there's a lot of folks that can connect with it. And you need enough trailblazers to go in to make it, not only to make it worthwhile traffic laws for the people to go in, but to make it so that nobody wants to be the one to go to their boss and say, I need a couple $100,000 to get up and building X because I think it might be something. You're taking a real risk. If people worked, I guess I'm looking at the lawyer, if people worked together a little bit, it might be more possible. In other words, if we do get enough people together in one spot or some kind of meeting, and they do say, hey, I'll do it if you do.
yeah, you do the Paris and that's absolutely what we're all saying. Is OpenIX can help us.
Yes.
OpenIX would turn around and say, that guy that's going to go to his boss and ask for $100,000 investment. One of the reasons this is going to be a success, I need that money, is because this place is an OpenIX endorsed IXP. So this is going to work, and so give me that money here because there's this organisation behind it to back it, it's going to work.
But I think the first thing that's happened is we've got to get those individual people willing to talk to their boss. I don't know, Dave, are they there?
Well, my feeling, you guys know how I feel about GPF and in general the way it's run. I think GPF needs to spend less time doing peering Family Feud and other, frankly, bullshit.
I invented peering Family Feud, I'll let you know.
I'm sure it was actually run well. So, events like GPF need to spend less time on that bullshit and more time on discussing these real kind of issues of how can we move this forward, how can people better utilize the exchanges that are being built in these new markets into the existing markets, and how can we have collaborative discussions around it. And I think centering the event around that, and then with the bilateral discussions that happen on top of it, is a much better use of everyone's time than the current regime. And so this is basically the crux of why I pushed so hard regarding the event, because we don't want yet another event, right? We're all here. Not everyone is local. For once, I sort of didn't travel to get to an event, so I'm grateful that everyone is here. But in reality, most of these events are not where the people are. And so adding in another one to talk about this stuff just seems like a waste. I do think that if we really got the right minds together to discuss this kind of stuff in front of the right audience, we would start to move this forward. It's not going to happen overnight. No one ever promised it would. But the issue is today, some of this stuff is really a punchline. It's not actually a serious discussion. And we need to turn it into a serious discussion.
So what's going to happen in Baltimore with respect to you and the MZICs? Is there going to be perhaps or maybe even OpenIX, a mini peering event where, since we're actually between New York and Ashburn, that we may actually get access to the right people while we're there?
We're holding a Links Network member meeting. We try to hold meetings locally for everybody. That's 45 minutes away from North Virginia and Ashburn site. So the Thursday morning
after the NANOC peering track finished. So a lot of people will be there for peering track, they'll stay late. We'd rather fly out the next morning, come along to the Links Nova meeting. So there should be a lot of people there, and more than happy for OpenAX to come and talk, and let's get talked about there as well. Absolutely.
Okay, so I think at this time we should probably just shift to open Q&A, if there is any. That's just what's between you guys and here. So feel free to budget your time appropriately. So, any questions to start it off? Anything?
Come on, Chris.
Adam, you can always rely on Adam.
Okay.
Mike's on the Mike's.
This is just one question out of curiosity. Is I've seen a lot of data centers receiving their OAX certification, and in contrast to that, it looks like the number of certified IXPs is relatively light. I mean, I know we have a very good standards document in place, a lot of very qualified people working on that side of the house to put it together. So just ask the question if anyone from any of the IXPs in the room, say Links, EKIX, AMSIX, you name it, wants to answer this. I'm just kind of curious why you're maybe not seeing more IXPs applying for the cert, specifically, say, Links in London. Why are they not applying, or why is DKIX in Frankfurt not applying? And is it some technical barrier to entry? Is it the pricing? Is it none of the above? Is it all of the above?
I don't think we've really ever approached them. We're not trying to help those markets. If for some reason there was a desire for us to do that, maybe we can talk about it. But I mean, it's just like, we've said OpenIX covers North America, yet we haven't really done anything with Mexico, right?
So that's a good point. I guess a better example to my question would be, what has the feedback been from, say, Telex or Telehouse with the NIX or other U.S. operators? Have they been engaged? Of course, have they been engaged, and what's the feedback been?
We should ask future board member later what the Corsight position is.
Both gaining information and putting Chris on the spot.
Absolutely. So Coresight's position on OpenIX for both OIX1 and OIX2 is we continue to evaluate what the cost benefit is of the certification. And I think in some of our markets, especially for the OIX1 standard, there's some serious benefits to it. So I think that my suspicion is in the next 12 months, you'll probably see us look towards the OIX1 certification for 2 of our markets, at least 1 or 2. For the OIX2 certification on the data center, it's actually the way that the standards document is written. If we certify OIX2, and then somebody from our competitor wants to come into our legal room to get access to our customers, we would have to, if they were a member of the OpenIX $50 member, we would have to give them access to our meeting room. And that is honestly our biggest concern, is the fact that the standards does not cover reciprocity. So if a huge colo provider in all over the world were to be in Los Angeles and we were to certify one Wilshire, my suspicion is that they would immediately have somebody get a membership and they would try to get access to our meeting room. That's our biggest concern, is that in some ways the standard is anti-competitive because it allows poaching. So that's my concern. And of course, that's concern.
And that's a really interesting issue. I mean, that's a really interesting issue, and that's something that Chris and I were kind of chatting about during one of the breaks, is that, OpenIX, because of the way the standard is currently written for data centers, presents some vulnerability to incumbents because there's no reciprocity. Because it would allow, another interconnection provider to come in
who's not willing to open up their own facilities. And the problem with that is it makes the situation worse in North America. And it doesn't move the needle to making it better. And maybe that's something we could look at in revising standards documents to ensure that while we allow access for everyone, if you operate IXPs and are trying to get access to someone else's data centers, you have to do the same. And maybe that would help get more IXP adoption.
Yeah, you know, to speak as my day job, the more that people put effort into closing off meeting rooms like that, like exactly what was stated, the One Wilshire example, the more effort I'll put into moving the entirety of my traffic to another set of facilities. It's just as simple as that, right? I'm just saying, but this is the larger problem of the entire industry. It's not just me, and it's not you, and it's not anyone.
Understand?
Yeah.
So there's been conversations as to how much reciprocity could happen there, and that's the inherent problem is that if it's not all open, it's actually really dangerous to let poachers come in.
Sure.
And that's the biggest fear.
So do you need to capture that reciprocity as part of the standard?
Yeah.
But that would mean, for example, let's use this straw man.
Yeah.
Let's say that both Equinix and CoreSite tomorrow decide to do the OIX1 certification. Does that mean that you need to codify OIX2? Sorry. Then you need to codify reciprocity in every market instead of saying you can't cherry pick specific markets?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Gabe, so has the mic. Someone has the mic.
Say that. An open IX approved data center must also provide non-discriminatory access to any open IX approved IXP. So it's not the $50 member, it's the $5,000 IXP member, and that's only for a minimum of 12 months after approved, subject to available space, power, and cooling.
I thought that it had something for any open access to everyone.
Nope.
There you go. Problem solved.
And I definitely have to take that conversation back because already if it was if you had to let any member in.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hyperbole around what we're doing. Some of it fueled by fear or ignorance, and not necessarily willful. It's really easy to just say, oh, well, their name is OpenAX, they must mean that everything needs to be open to everyone. And I don't think that anything that's captured in the standards is wholly unreasonable, and this is why we put them out to committee instead of just having the board write them. Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to come back to Adam's remark. Why not make the standards international? Why limit it to the US? Many of you are international companies. Standards guarantee a certain service level from an internet exchange. Everybody takes Europe as an example, but also in Europe, many internet exchanges would never live up to the internet standards. So why not use it?
I really think you need to make the certification international. The standard is to be used, it's open, it can be used by anybody anywhere in the world. And I think that we haven't done it because we've had a lot of pressure getting everything done with respect to the standards that we have now. As you've heard today, it's a lot of work, and we need more volunteers, and we probably would need more budget. And perhaps the certifications that would come internationally would be enough for that budget, but I think that it's a much bigger discussion to open it internationally, and there has been some demand. I've heard from folks in Latin America, and I've heard from other folks in Eastern Europe that they've been interested in both OIX1 and OIX2. So I think that there is demand there, but I think it's much more complicated to open this internationally.
Yeah, I mean, even the PTT folks in Brazil have discussed this with me in the past. They're interested, although they have no problem finding success on that.
How about Asia Pac, Dave and Marty? Has there been? I think there's been
Yeah,
some.
I've been asked by a few folks in Asia Pac if they can be certified as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be good into.
maybe put a budget analysis together for how many certifications it would take to fund that, and see if you have enough interest.
I mean, the website is for the most part ready to go. We internationalized it with respect to the language on the site itself. The subscription stuff needs to be internationalized. We have some problems with, addresses and things. Maybe we could, but it's not as easy as it sounds. I think a lot of work would have to be put into it, and then it comes back to who's going to do the work and which volunteers are going to do that.
Have you guys forecasted expected certifications next year? We kind of know what's in the queue on the OIX2 side. I can tell you I'm going to add 2 more, so I'll go from 6 to 8, which is good. But I mean, have you guys kind of forecasted? Do you have a rough idea?
We haven't forecasted. I think Dan made a comment earlier that we at least thought it would slow to some extent. I think my gut feeling, and based on discussions that I've had with people concerning OIX2, is that we're likely to have a reasonably high renewal rate. So if we have 25 now and we added by the end of the year, I don't think it's unreal to expect that we may have another 10 or 15 based on information that we have at hand. That would, revenue-wise, in the back of the napkin, that would translate into almost 150,000 plus the nominal revenue that we get from membership subscriptions and whatnot. There has been some thinking, at least not thinking that has come from this room, but others have actually suggested that we might franchise OpenIX, for example, and provide the standards body and the content, and let people in, for example, Latin America, operate their OpenIX franchise. But again, there are a lot of gotchas with that, and I think that. So, to answer your question, I think we'll grow. I think we'll add more sites by the end of this year. We'll have a fairly reasonable amount of renewals, and that I would expect that if we continue to grow at the pace that we're growing, we could see another 10 to 15 next year reasonably. Or so you'd be looking at perhaps 50 certified data centers.
And how about on the IXP side?
That's been a lot slower. If you count installations, it's not actually one, it's multiple fabrics across multiple buildings. We just heard the MTEX announce two locations. That's effectively the 4 major metros right there. We have interest from smaller ISPs that can meet the standard. They've expressed interest in funding as an issue, and we have suggested that we would create a pairing program. That's something that we're still interested in developing. So if we added 2 to 4 more IXPs by the end of the year, I wouldn't be surprised. And if we continued upon the path of organizational growth, perhaps next year we add 4 more as well. Completely speculative.
Ask a question of the room for those that attend GPF based on the comments that I made earlier. You attend GPF? Remember that. Would people be generally in support of effectively a separate conference that could or could not replace GPF, that would be programmed by OpenIX, potentially by a committee that is responsible for programming a conference similar to the NANOG program committee? Is that something that seems like a worthwhile use of OpenIX's time? Raise your hand if you agree with that.
I'd say yes if the goal is to eventually replace.
If you disagree, could you raise your hand?
Is there a need for a specific event, or is this something that could maybe piggyback on the tail of the NANOG?
The problem with NANOG is it's already 3 days, possibly 4, and I don't know if you want to be out of the office for a solid 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be out of the office for an extra day than save on future travel, right?
Yeah, there's the argument both ways for that. Personally, I agree with that, but a lot of people don't. People have generally fought back against even extending NANOG beyond where it is now.
Dave, I think, just real quick, Russ, I think you have a situation now with two new oncoming board members who are, I founded GPF 10 years ago. Mustang's been involved in various facets the entire time. I think we'll act as great liaisons maybe to see if we can maybe tailor GPF a little bit for them and everybody else to make it favorable to everybody.
I think it's honestly wasted breath at this point. Lots been said about what GPF will do, and there's been zero progress. So I'm not saying the organization is going to do it. And, you as incoming board members will have your own say in it as well. I'm asking you a question. Thanks.
So I think my concern would be look at who GPF is sponsored by. And if what we're talking about is how do we organize a better way to interconnect with each other as networks, and how do new people come in and organize a better way to facilitate that interconnection. And then you look at GPF, who's historically been so closed that as soon as prominent members here change their job affiliation, they're banned from the conference because they're working for a competitor. I think that paints a picture of a non-open organization that isn't interested in talking about those things.
Agreed. Yeah. And as that to Richard's point, as those organizations and their management continue to evolve, their viewpoints will change. And so one year, everything will be fine, peachy keen. The next year, Equinix is a new CEO or a new CMO, and suddenly the rules have changed.
So I can tell you historically that when the Switch Data acquisition happened, that almost happened. GPF as an entity almost fell apart. That took a lot of advocate between a bunch of people to make sure everybody's content, keep this thing going because it's good for everybody, all for one for all. Let's help the peers out. From the outside, you're not seeing as much, but internally, I can tell you we all talk a lot. Tremendous amount of empathy and flexibility from everybody involved in the GPF side who sponsor or host it or care about it.
You're getting into the details of the business side of it that I really don't care about, and frankly, that's the entire point. I'm sick of hearing about how the businesses that are competitors with each other argue about whether or not someone should be allowed in a GPF and whether or not GPF can be used as a vehicle to educate people. And if you're just saying it's a customer conference, great, because that's really what it is at this point. If we want an event that is going to help educate people about hearing that's not sponsored by IIX, for example, then we really need to look at, seriously, in order to help the IXPs in this country, in this region, because that's really what GPF stands for, even though we call it Global Hearing Forum. We need a way to represent them. And so again, the question is there a better way to do it, and is that something that OIX should help with? You may not agree with it because you've got a lot of history with GPF, but it's not really, again, I'm not interested in the business aspect of it.
Or change the way GPF works so that it is open, so that new people can sponsor, so that there is different content than just a customer forum for the select sponsors.
Hi, my name is Patrick, and I didn't go to the last GPF. Left field, left out. Anyway, before I support this idea of what you suggested OpenIX, I hear a little bit about we'd like to educate people on peering, but I'd actually like to see what OpenIX wants to do, because replacing GPF, I mean, GPF has turned into a place where you can set up meetings with other people. So you're talking about like a program committee. GPF doesn't need a program committee because there isn't really that much of a program. But if you wanted to set up, I guess let's just cut this really short. I go to way too many conferences before I say, let's take my membership fees and create a new one. I'd like to know much more clearly what the definition.
Well, if you look at the GPF program today, most of what shows up there is either recycled talks from other conferences, which is useless to pretty much everyone because most people who go there show up at NANOG, right, links, the AMS, wherever. They all get the same freaking presentations over and over and over again. So that's one. So my thought is that needs to go away. We need actual hearing relevant content, and I understand your request to have more specifics. But my point here is that there is potentially content that could be programmed that is directly relevant to hearing, stuff that doesn't necessarily make it into the plenary of NANOG because they try to punt to the hearing track, which is relevant, but people get rushed through for 5-minute presentations there. The meetings aspect of GPF should not be minimized. That is extremely helpful. But if you look at the attendee list for Whistler, for example, it was pitiful. there were a lot of very major networks missing from Whistler. And the question becomes, is it because of what it was in Whistler, and now they're talking about Cancun, which is even worse? Or is it because of the fact that the actual, everything else surrounding the meetings is becoming minimized, and now you can go have these meetings at 5 other conferences? All these guys now show up in Anaheim. You know, I'm meeting with major carriers now, I'm meeting with them at Red, meeting with them at capacity.
Which is fine. And to be clear, I don't necessarily need a definition now. I'm just suggesting that either you or the incoming board present something, you know, in writing, but doesn't have to be exact, but something that we can all put our teeth into and then make a decision on. I think you've got enough support to at least start that route. I just don't think that we should, and this is my opinion, feel free to tell me I'm wrong. I don't think we should take a few hands in this room as, okay, now OpenIX can go do a conference. That's all I'm saying. All right, since only Dan told me I was wrong, I'm going to think I was right.
I don't think you're wrong in general. I think you're probably right about
Can't
that.
argue. I mean, I could, but I'd be wrong. Not hogging it. You guys can have it. Seriously.
You got the strap. We don't want to touch that thing.
But if you get it here, you got it.
All right.
Here.
Yeah, if there's no more questions from the room, I think we can break. Hey, everyone.
Current board.
Yeah, so, hold on, does everybody want to know, so, our host, Bill Williams, and BWG has been gracious enough to, open the bar here for a small period of time. And by the way, we really, really want to thank Bill and his employees at BWG. They did a really great job, and we really appreciate those compliments. And as far as the social goes, it starts at 6 p.m. So you can hang out here for a bit, and the location